All right, man, everything melting up. My goodness, and I think we're live. Yeah, Amazon launching project for broadband satellites April 9th. But welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to start PHILO Liberation Day. Gentlemen, we are about to insane, bro. Not only the rumors, the back and forth, but we hit a lot of multiple plays today. All of them hitting, but we still don't have the full details. So again, if you did not look at the watch list from last night, it's on this channel. It describes everything. We were prepared. Certain things popped up. We were able to react, and now we're still waiting for the after hours. So we might get a lot of random moves here during our PHILO. That's kind of how all day has been today. But we're going to talk about PHILO. I got a good one for you today. And then hopefully we could get right back. Yo, Bio, 3% pop. Bio is really expensive. You're not going to get a cheap play on that. I could almost guarantee it. Like Men's Warehouse. That straddle killed it. I walked away. I went big on it. That's why I was happy with 20, 30%. But it was good timing, and that was the only play that worked. Because all the other straddles were a scam, bro. I got you, baby. I got you. Finger to this sky. Honestly, God got us. You know what I'm saying? I ain't doing shit, bro. It's finger to the sky. They don't feel me. But we'll talk about it here in a little bit. So let me go to the bathroom. Let me send out the alert. Y'all get ready. All you're doing is melting up. So just ride your plays.
Whatever reason, and typically we don't agree with those assertions. We think that they do have some exposure. So, if these stay in place rather than being quickly negotiated away, we're going to see
Amazon to conduct 7 more launches over the next few years.
Even beyond the sectors that are directly impacted by tariffs. And we're also going to see those direct impacts play out in guidance.
Yeah, I'll just tell you now. Do you not get it? Microsoft, Meta, and Amazon want the same thing. Meta's at the White House. Amazon's announcing satellite broadband deals. Do you get it? Somebody's going to get something. So either they're going to give Bezos satellites or TikTok, and Meta is going to get TikTok or whatever else they want. I just thought I'd throw that out there. That's what it seems like to me. But I'll be right back.
A lot of companies that fully escaped getting hit at all during the Trump 1.0 China trade war are paying 20% tariffs, which are quite significant. The steel and aluminum tariffs show no sign of going anywhere. The auto tariffs will be very significant if those stay in place. I think there's some question there, but they're scheduled to hit vehicles right away, and I think substantially all auto parts eventually, with not a lot of protection for the North American supply chain. And then over and above that, we have whatever we get on reciprocal. So we think there's a lot here. Again, we think it's going to take time to be digested. The economic impacts are just beginning. You look at things like the recent ISM, it's, pretty negative signals across the board in terms of how companies are reacting to this.
No, indeed. I don't argue with that. I think that it'll take some time to see exactly what the granularity is. And then we'll be right into earnings season where we'll have another chance to hear from companies themselves about how this is affecting them. Tobin, thanks. Appreciate it today. Tobin Marcus, Wolfe Research. One of the other biggest questions is how countries around the world will respond to higher U.S. tariffs on their goods. Germany's chancellor of the weekend saying Europe's goal remains cooperation, but if the U.S. leaves us no choice, as with tariffs on steel and aluminum, we as the EU will react as one. Ontario Premier Doug Ford echoing that sentiment on CNBC earlier today.
We have another $65 billion worth of tariffs to launch today. That's the last thing we want to do because it's just, again, it's going to hurt both countries. It's going to hurt American workers. That's the last thing I want.
And Ford added that Canada could take tariffs off the table altogether if the U.S. does the same. Vietnam taking a more collaborative approach, slashing its own tariff rates in advance of today's announcement. Israel similarly saying they'll cancel all remaining tariffs on American imports. Let's turn now to Atlantic Council CEO Fred Kemp. Fred, whose playbook has it right here? Whose is going to work out the best, do you think?
Well, you're going to see some Vietnams and some Israels, and you're going to see some European Union and Germany. I think this notion that our economy is so strong that no one is going to retaliate because they would just lose misunderstands domestic politics of other countries where elected leaders have to retaliate in one way or another. Also, they can retaliate in ways that are asymmetrical. If you're looking at the possibility of China going after technology companies, the European Union going after services, we have a big services surplus with the European Union, and they can go after that. And I think we have to recognize what's going to be implemented is going to be the highest effective tariff rate since the 1930s. What also happened in the 1930s is you had new trading blocs. You had new trading partners finding their way to each other. And you could find that happens as well. And let's not forget what also happened in the 1930s afterwards. We hope that's not going to happen now. But, a trade war just really never serves, in the end, global stability, global peace.
And perhaps Vietnam and Israel have the, I don't want to say it, but the luxury of being able to be more collaborative. Whereas,
yeah, bro, everything's still going.
Very different tone out of Europe and Germany. In fact,
a little AMD pop.
It's
just all moving with the market.
Told CNBC earlier today she slammed the tariffs.
This spiral of.
But yeah, no, that guy, even what he said, it's too many assumptions, bro. Shout out to GK Chesterton. Because like I said, I agree that there's going to be uncertainty and negative effects from the tariffs, but everybody is just making too many assumptions. So homeboy just said highest tariff since 1930. That's if you're assuming China, aluminum, steel, every non-USMCA attached to Mexico, Canada, and then having the maximum reciprocal tariff, VAT, and other grievances. So all of their assumptions are literally the worst case possible. So when he's saying worse than 1929, that's a joke. That's a very large assumption. And again, he also made another fatal error. He said you don't understand macro because all these countries have to respond. That's not true. You don't have to attack a surplus. That's insane to say that the prisoner's dilemma only has one reaction. No, it's either cooperate or defect. Let's be real. Stop the cat, bro. So again, stop assuming. But I'm excited. We'll see what happens. They're not making up stuff. What are they doing? It's very simple. A lot of people do this. They're assuming. That's it. They're just making very big logical leaps. They start with a fact, right? What's the fact? Trump's policy will cause uncertainty. That's fact. Because it's going to be a recalibration of policy. That will be uncertain. That's a fact, right? But now to make the logical leap that VAT services, every tariff, every maximum, and when you have no idea, and then saying it's going to be bigger tariff rate than 1929. That's a huge logical leap from the fact that homeboy is just going to is recalibrating policy. That's wild. So it's not making it up, but people are just making very large logical leaps. Amazon keeps coming out with this space thing. Okay, now the KREs are moving. Oh, and Boeing. All righty, well. More as well. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is time for PHILO. So, you made it through the bands, you made it through my personality, and you even paid $5 to be here. Wow. So thank you. However, I'm assuming that with all of these implications, both explicit and implied, that you want to be here. So if you want to be here, you show it in a very simple manner. We are going to talk about life. I'm going to talk about God a lot today. And it's very simple. If you think it's nonsense, I am not trying to push anything on you. You ignore it. And you focus on stocks. Why? Because I could read and talk and do multiple things at once. So if you think that this is going to be this whole thing going on, Fox Business Reporter says zero. I bet you it's what's his name? The one guy I hate who always lies. But either way, Gasparino, yeah, fuck him. Fuck you, Gasparino. This is the same guy who just lies about every buyout. And now he's the one rumor he didn't come up with. Yeah. But we'll see. Either way, though, they are talking the satellite stuff, so think about that. But, like I'm showing you here, stuff happens in the market, I will address it. So I'm not trying to push anything on you. That way, like all it is, you focus on stocks or focus on PHILO. If you are going to use this time to be like, what's the play? I've already made all my plays. You're late. Don't harass me. You'll get banned. If you're going to just complain about my God, you're going to get banned. It's very simple. You are not required to agree and like what I'm saying. You are required to focus, though. And that's all I'm saying. Because if you just focus on stocks and post stocks, then if something big happens, I will pause and we'll get to it and vice versa. That way, everybody gets what they want. No one gets distracted, and we're able to benefit. So if you feel me, let me see it. Otherwise, you may want to go somewhere else, or you just will get banned if you cannot follow this. So God bless you all. I hope you're ready for it. But now, are you ready? Are you ready? I have been reading you a book lately. But given I knew today was Liberation Day, and I knew that yesterday after it was insane, we're not going to read the book today. Okay? It might be a little too crazy. It's a really complex book. I don't know if we, just in case anything crazy happened. However, I got a great PHILO for you today. I have just, I don't know, I've been thinking. And we were talking about affections and the senses and all of them. And yeah, man. So before I get into the PHILO, I'm going to give you your reminder. Do not wear yourself out trying to get rich. Okay, guys? For real. I'm having a lot of fun. And I'm focusing and I'm working a lot. But I have zero stress. And neither should you. I know life is stressful, and I know everything is telling, especially when you're like, man, I need money, I need this, I need that. I get it, bro. But what I'm trying to tell you is that you will be better performing if you don't let that pressure impact you. You need to have a little bit of faith. There is a certain element that will always be outside of your control, but you can control the pressure that you put on yourself. But that being said, make no mistake. Just because you shouldn't wear yourself out getting rich, this does not mean you could chill. Like, for real, bro, this is what I was saying. And I don't know who it hit or not, but this is PHILO, bro. Like, seriously. It's one thing to not be stressed, right? But, dude, imagine getting stressed over the fact that you didn't prepare in reality. Because that's what I'm seeing. It's a joke. It's a joke. Because I'm telling you, don't stress yourself out trying to get rich. And then trying to get rich, people will make a move that they did not prepare for, and then they'll get stressed from that. That's nonsense. I saw BTI on the low too. So if you are seeing MO, yeah, they both got mollywopped. But do you get what I'm saying? Believe me, bro. I'm not telling you this stuff to burn you out. Fuck anybody who, if you really think I'm here to try to raise the standard and turn up the heat so you burn out, no. I want you here for a long time, bro. That's the long term. Trust me, you're going to do so much better when you are not stressing yourself out. But some of us make a mistake where the moment we don't have stress, we get lazy. Oh, y'all don't feel me, bro. Y'all don't feel me, bro. Nah, y'all, I don't think y'all feel me. Because I feel it, because I do this. So I'm telling you, bro. Stop the cap. You cannot be like, wow, man, no stress. Great. Yeah, I love it. And then get lazy. Fuck that, dude. That's what I'm saying. I got to remind you both. It's a contradiction. I'm telling you, calm down. But then I'm telling you, don't be lazy. We need to live in the middle. Do not live on any of those extremes. You're not here to live in anxiety. God didn't want that. You're not here to be stressed out over a fucking piece of paper. But then vice versa. Why are you kicking your feet up when there is work to do? You know what I'm saying? You haven't got what you wanted. Why are we chilling? Why are you not preparing? You have the time, you have the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Why? It doesn't make sense. But let's live in the middle, and I hope I could give you this reminder. So, like I'm telling you, by day 365, things are going to look a lot different. And this is going to be the key. Being able to push through without stress. Being able to keep pushing and not letting your guard down. That's how we going to do it, baby. So let's go. So great reminder. But today, no book, no nothing. I just got words for you, bro. I just got words for you. Click. P.I. Impinge. So here's the deal, baby. Today, what we're talking about is God and the gift. Oh, yes. God and the gift. Do you know what I'm saying? I talked about this a while ago, and I came across it again, and I liked it a lot, man. And I'm excited, bro. I don't know. Some people probably like, Josh, you've changed. Some people think I'm like getting a certain way, but I don't know. I feel like I've matured. I don't know. It's weird, bro. Like I'm growing up. It's really weird. That's it. Not only is my hairline going away, but my reactions to things are changing. And I'm like, that's kind of cool. But here's the deal. God in the gift. I'm just going to ask you this question. Can you handle both of them? Serious. Just think about it. Can you handle God and can you handle the gift? See, I don't know if y'all feel me, bro. This is what I'm telling you. Why are we having conversations and people are like, whoa. Don't be scared of being prepared, bro. You got a gift. Why are you scared of handling it? You know what I'm saying? Japan leaders to visit Philippines and Vietnam in diplomatic push. That's one thing I want you to think about, but that's not the main point. The real point is, can you handle both at the same time? I don't know if y'all feeling me on this. Because I'm going to tell you what I used to do. At many times in my life, I feel like God would give me some of the greatest gifts. And then I would get the gift. And then I would run away from him. Oh. Is it clicking? That's what this PHILO is, bro. I think this is a reality. And I really hope you get it. Especially when we have dived deeper. This is the beauty. Because sometimes you're like, man, these complex PHILOs, this shit's challenging, right? I get it. Those books we read are hard, bro. I told you that. But the beauty is that when we go to a simple PHILO, and now you have the deep context, oh, man. it's so much sweeter. So much sweeter. Because I'm telling you, bro, God invented pleasure. We've talked about it. Again, the C.S. Lewis, the G.K. Chesterton. What are we saying? God is the creator of pleasure. You guys know that, right? Every time you smile, laugh, have sex, every little piece of dopamine, dog, God invented that. Stop playing with me. That's why you guys got to... the devil don't want you to have pleasure. That's why y'all think, oh, the devil got me doing these things that bring me pleasure. No. The goal is to kill you. Because if you're playing in pleasure, God has home court advantage. You remember that, right? I hope you do. Yeah, he wants you to abuse it. That's the scary part with pleasure. Because if you deal with pleasure too much, you might just realize how beautiful life is one day. I swear to you, that's what happened to me. Because I'm aware of so many things, but at one point, bro, I'm like, wow. Like, dude, I can't look at this life and be like, nah, man. These good things in life, bro. Real love. Real affection, bro. A brother. Y'all don't feel. You know that? That's why I don't give a F about a fake ass. But a real brother born in the time of need. Are you kidding me? Those are beautiful things in life. You know that? Again, when somebody gives you a cold cup of water when you needed it, that's a beautiful thing, bro. Watching people help people out, these are beautiful things. Bro, the enjoyment, just laughing. Beautiful things, bro. It's all pleasure. But that's why I'm saying, like, do not see the problem. God wants you to have good things. I believe it. And don't believe me, I'm going to shut this down in a little bit, okay? Because if you think I'm leading this into some prosperity gospel, hell, heaven, no. Okay? But I do believe it's a fact. And like I'm saying, realistically, without getting into the realm of preacher, oh yeah, God's going to make you a millionaire. No. Just God, that's his home court, pleasure. And God wants good things. I think that is generally acceptable. But here's the problem. I used to do this in my life. God would give me a good thing, bro. And either immediately or little by little, those good things would slowly take me further away from God. That's the reality, bro. It's sad, but it's true. And I think some of you have done it. But that's why I'm saying, man, you have to realize that God wants you to have both. But it's more challenging than you think. It's hard to have God and the gift. He wants you to have both. But the way we are naturally wired, we usually get one and run away from the other. And I don't think y'all realize it at this point. I said this is why this stuck out to me, because I had this written down from a while ago. And I told you this as related to stocks and options yesterday. I told you guys, I was like, man, just when are you going to start like looking and being like, bro, I need to pour my money into things that are going to last. I was just telling you guys, don't stop putting your money and time if you're young, because 5 years from now, you want to make sure you put it in something that's going to last. You don't want it to put it in something that's going to empty you. And that's why I kept saying, that's why I'm like, bro, like, do you think I'm being an asshole when I'm aware, like, I'm blessed and cursed with this memory? Because some of y'all, I know your situation. Maybe it changed, but I remember things. And that's why when you're telling me I did this, I did that, I'm like, why? I'm like, what do you mean? I know you told me about all your struggles, and then all of a sudden, you're putting a very large amount on something that isn't going to last. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I'm not concerned with that. I'm concerned about the action of investing into things that we don't know are going to last. I don't like that. I don't care if it works or doesn't. It's the principle. You get what I'm saying? You are training yourself to get comfortable with investing in things that empty you. Fuck that. Excuse my language, but that's how I feel. And I told you guys that. That's why I'm saying this PHILO just stuck out to me, bro. And it's funny. That's why you think I'm an asshole when I'm calling somebody out on that? Because I'm not trying to be. I'm trying to save your fucking life. Why? Because I'm saying, bro, we're not going to make it far investing in things that empty us. I already know how that works. I know how it works with money. I know how that works with options. I know how that works with history, humanity, and all of society. It's not like you don't have any examples of this. You do. And the whole point is, the whole concept, bro, you'll realize with God sometimes, is he wants you to have the gift and God. Have the good things, have the gift, and keep your principles. He wants you to go and be with him in eternity, and he wants you to enjoy your time on this earth. It's not one or the other. But the problem is, we get what we want, we stop depending on God, and then we start putting our faith into things that lose their power. You don't get it? Things start going good. You're like, yeah, bro, I'm a king at options. You idiot. You should be praising God and realize that amor fati, God is good, bro. That your path has led you here, that things are working well, and that you got a blessing. Don't put your faith into something else. OnlyFans founder, Crypto Foundation. Oh, wait, just disappeared. That's real, though. OnlyFans is also making a TikTok offer. Yep. So maybe Amazon will go down on that, because then they're going to be like, wait, everybody has an offer. What the hell? So either sell those Amazons now or ride it. That's it. Lock in your Amazon. You're either going to hold that or sell it. I have a lot of money on it. That's why I'm like, fuck. I kind of want to take it, but I also got hustled on Oracle. But that type of headline will help bring it down, because then people are going to be like, oh, everybody has an offer. And then, yeah, whoop. But yeah, man, I don't know if y'all feel me. I hope you feel me, for real. Give your credit to God. Realize, bro, you're alive. You're special. You're a human. You get what I'm saying? Shout out GK, bro. It's not an accident you're here. And you have all of these abilities. Like, bro, you don't feel it? God getting you ready for something that's not today. Stop playing with me. This is your future. For the next 10, 20, 30, 40 years into eternity. You see what I'm saying? So start recognizing that. This isn't a game. This is your life. But at the same time, as you grow, bro, this is what we have to learn. You have to learn to invest in the good things. The long term. The 10%. Again, God wants you to depend on him, not the gifts. And that's the problem. Because once we start getting gifts, God takes a background role, and then we start putting our faith in the things that will naturally lose power. Because now you're getting your motivation from a play and not God. That's what y'all don't get. How do I show up every day? Win, lose, up, down, banned, not banned. This president, it's not from the market. I love the market, but that's not my source. But do you see what I'm saying? You need to invest in the things that will last forever. That's the whole nature of PHILO, bro. Principles, things we could rely on. That's what I'm talking about. APP with the TikTok bid. What the fuck is this? Is this just fucking eBay for TikTok? Yeah, app. Yo, you might get some of that. That one's going to fade. If they're cheap enough, you'll hit it, though. There's a 40-cent on the weekly, but $50 out of the money. That's the only one. And then there's the 15-cent ones. That's it. If you want that one's going to fade eventually, though. But yeah, that one's moving. App. Okay, they're all going now. Now, one I told you is gone. 125 on the ass now. Now 50 on the bid. You're welcome. Snap. Yeah, app loving. That's what I say. That one's going to fade, but it'll move. But the more bidders, it's going to hurt Amazon because then it takes away from that news. You get what I'm saying? Because then eventually it's just going to look like Amazon was one of many rather than one of one. Oh, yeah, my bad. I didn't know the wire was up. Sorry. Yeah, remind me right away on PHILO. Because like I'm saying, while I'm reading and shit, you guys can help me out. And I hope you guys are seeing it. Those of you who are new to PHILO, this is what I'm talking about, where like I'll go from Jesus to hold on, we got to talk about this. And that was what a lot of people couldn't handle. So I hope you enjoy it. I think it's kind of fun, but that's what I'm saying. Now we're kind of focusing on this, and I just stopped mid-thought. APVO, whatever the fuck this is. Whoa, APVO? Aptivo? All right, let that go for here. They're talking about it.
The point about the algorithm is so important because I wish Meta could come up with an algorithm as good as TikTok's. They look at OpenAI, they're melting servers and they've got 500 million weekly users. And so how is this algorithm so good that only the Chinese can come up with it?
It's a great question. And it was a sign, wasn't it, earlier on of their ability to actually be creative, so to speak. Obviously, DeepSeek is a much more recent example of that. But yeah, TikTok was an important advance in some ways. Some would say, obviously, a very deleterious one for the consciousness of our youth. But nonetheless, it does point to being inventive, obviously. And you're right. But you need to, I'm looking back in notes here, and this goes back, as you might imagine, years now. You're talking about rewriting, what was some of the conversations? 40 million lines of code.
All right. Yes, sir. All right. Well, yeah, like I'm saying, man, I really hope you invest in the things that don't lose power. All right? God in the gift. But like I'm saying, man, it's very simple. God wants you to be happy. I really hope you understand this fact. That's why I say in the whole God and pleasure in the home court, most people don't get this. You know that? Do you know how many people make the logical leap that since the Bible says this, that, since we have to do this and that, and then I have rules, I can't have fun. They think that the whole point of religion, or Jesus even, I think that's more important than religion. They think that it's, oh, no, to not be happy. No. I think God wants you to be happy, healthy, rich. Don't turn this into prosperity gospel, but here's the point. He wants you to have good things, but he doesn't want you to make idols out of them. Oh, come on. That's what I'm telling you, bro. That's what I did. At times in my life, I would get these naturally good things. Right? You have something happen in your life good. I always wanted this. Wow, I met the girl. I got the money. Oh, the car. Man, I got to see my mom. I got to see my dad. Whatever, my kids. You got something good, but then what happens? That turns into your idol. That's the problem. That's what I'm trying to explain, man. Like, I love the market. I know I got something good, bro. I got knowledge. I'm grateful for this channel. I'm grateful for every blessing I have in my life. But those aren't, God is still number one, bro. All of that is an addition, but it's all meaningless without the number one. If you don't have this in order, you might spend your whole life trying to figure this out. That's the whole point. That's why people get everything and still feel empty. You don't believe me? You'll probably do it if you ignore what I'm telling you. Why do people kill themselves when they have everything? We've seen it too many times. It's because of this. There's so many things that we could go through in life and still feel empty. That's why I'm telling you, because these idols that we create are not permanent. They lose their power. They decay like a damn option. So this is the challenge. I don't know. You may not realize it right now, but sometimes God is just trying to help you see this. You think God is trying to stop you? No. He wants both. That's why it's scary. Because, dude, you know how many times, that's why I'm like, man, thank God for God. You know that? For real. Like the real mercy, the real forgiveness. Because I won't lie, bro. I look back, I'm like, man, what an idiot, bro. I straight up. I see it because God had given me stuff and I ran away. So I'm like, he knew what he was going to give me. And he knew I was going to run away and he still gave it to me. And I'm glad because I got to learn from it, but it's like, this is exactly what I'm talking about. So don't make your development be any longer than it needs to be. You see what I'm saying? Because if you could realize this sooner than later, I think you will have more doors open to you. Because you're not going to be as emotional idolizing everything that happens. Wow. But it's tough, dude. It is tough. But it's simple, man. I really want you to think about this. And now look at your life. Because like I'm saying, man, I'm grateful for all of the mercy. And for literally, like I'm telling you, worship, bro, who God is in character. I'm honored. I really am, because I need it. And I need it because I want you to think about this. Gifts should bring you closer to God, not take you away from them. So I want you to think about that right now. The biggest gift or the latest gift you have gotten, did it bring you closer to God or further? You know what I'm saying? Did it make you happy or angry? Did it bring good things in your life? Or did you, I don't have time to pray anymore. Actually, damn. No, man, I fell back into this. Oh. That's the thing you got to think about. You know? And I guess I have another point after this too. But this is the easy way. And I don't want you to forget this one. You could write this down, but I think you should ingrain it in your head. Okay? Wait, Brazil, we need to have resources. Oh, okay. I thought he was talking to him. And Vladimir Putin pushed for UN reform, calling for more representation from Asia, Africa, and LATAM. Oh, yeah, man. Here it is. God wants to give you the good things that he has for you. Okay? But he doesn't want the good things he has for you to end up having you. Wow. That gave me goosebumps the first time. So I don't know how you feel, man. You get it? God already knows what he's going to give you. You have a destiny, bro. And he's like, I want him to have this. He wants you to have these good things. But he doesn't want them to have you. He doesn't want the next person you meet that's going to be best for you. He doesn't want that to become your new idol. He doesn't want your long term to become your new idol. He doesn't want the new house, the car. Bro, he doesn't even want your failing. You know that. He wants you to get something good out of it and not be like, oh, no, I'm this. And then think about it. People have taken the gift of failure and let it have them. And they said, no, I'm a failure. No, bro. No. Like I told you, forward and back. Lukewarm is disgusting. There's only hot and cold, bro. You fail enough, you're going to discover yourself. That's the reality. That's why the devil don't even want you to fail too much. Devil would rather have you in the middle. Slow burn, never realizing it. Telling you. That's why I wish the devil had horns. You know that? Bro, it's the same thing. Imagine if every scammer was like, hey, man, what's up? You're going to deposit all of your money, and I'm not going to actually execute your trades. And if you win, I won't pay you out, and I'm going to take it. How does that sound? If anybody ever told you the reality, you would run away right away. You see what I'm saying? If the devil really had horns and was this weird, ugly figure, half of you would be like, yo, he's not a nut job. No, yeah, that devil's scary. So you got to think about that. That's why devil don't ever show up like that. So sometimes extreme failure, bro, is a gift from God. And I don't say this as the guy sitting on my pedestal, because that's what happened to me. My biggest failures, yo, changed my life. My biggest failures created me, bro. You have no idea. That's why, and I can't be scared. That's why I'm saying out of all of this, that's why my idol is God, not any other idol. Because I've gone through enough failure and I've discovered enough things where now I know you could take everything from me. I've already been there. I don't care. I care about God. I care about my death. I hope I leave my impact in the best way and that I hear the words, job well done, my good and faithful servant, and that's it. That's all I have to answer to. But that's through failure. I swear to you. And that's why I'm saying, though, sometimes that gift, we don't get it because we let failure have us. God gives you a scenario. He's like, all right, I'm going to let him slip up here, but that's going to teach him what he needs to not slip up when it really matters. But instead, you could take that and be like, I'm a failure. I will never do good. I will never get out of this. Oh, no. Because then what does that lead to? That's going to lead to a vice. That's going to lead to wasting time. You already know the game. But do you see it? So I'm saying, man, God wants you to have everything good that he has for you. But he does not want those things to have you. Microsoft also expresses interest. Yeah, they're killing all the premiums. So like I told you, that would be your time. Premiums already went down. What's APVO? This thing's still going? Jeez. Mm-hmm. So, that is all I have on that topic. Okay? But I have one final thing to end it on. something big is brewing, Chad. I'm not talking about the market. I'm talking about in your life. This is not going to apply to everybody. So please don't forget, because you need discernment. And not every philo is going to be for you. And then, please, I promise you, man, next time you get a feeling, you're like, wow, I think this is from God. I want you to go back and think about that moment again and really ask if God, is this you? But remember, you must know the character of God. You know that, right? I heard someone say this the other day. They were like, I don't know. God told me to pray for this person. God told me to pray for this person. I felt like God was telling me. And then you know what they said? They're like, I didn't know if it was God or the enemy. Yeah, dude, the enemy is never going to tell you to pray. You see what I'm saying? Or if you're like, wow, I think God is telling me to do this and rob this person. God will never tell you to violate his law. He will never make you contradict it. Let the cross contradict. But do you see what I'm saying? Discernment, you must know the character of God. That's why we read the Bible. It's so that you're like, oh, that's how he treated him? Oh, that's what he did? Oh. So think about it. That's very important. So please, have discernment. And I'm saying that because what I'm about to tell you right now, bro, something big is brewing. I keep hearing it. I keep feeling it. Something is just gently. It's a whisper. It's not loud. It's not banging, but something is brewing. Something big. Okay? But, and I'll tell you, I think, and I'm going to say this just normally, because I think this is the reality. Listen, this does not apply to all of you. No. Sadly, I hate to break it to you. It might even be bad for some people. This is not, what I am about to tell you does not apply to everybody. There's 1,300 people. Amazing. Make no mistake, I'm not talking to 1,300 people. Okay? I'm saying that so you don't be dumb. Think about this. There's two parts of it. But something is brewing, not for somebody. Maybe that's a better way. It's for somebody. I don't know who this is. Maybe it's just for me. Maybe it's just for one of you. Maybe it's for 10 of you. I don't know, but clearly there's something brewing and something big. And I think that a big blessing is on the way for somebody. Okay? That's a good thing. I like it. For somebody, it's not going to be the case. All right? But make no mistake. Why am I telling you this? No, I don't have a premonition. I am not a prophet. I don't have none of this shit. That's why I think God has hooked me up so many ways, because I never take that bait. You know that? I'm never like, oh, I'm a psychic. No, never. That's why I'm saying have discernment. I'm saying this out of preparation, because this is the other part of what I feel. The other part is that there is a big blessing coming, but it also comes with a very negative spirit. Yes. It is a provoking spirit. And I need you to listen to this right now. Somebody in here, in the next couple days, months, or even this year, you are going to have a really good thing coming your way. Maybe what you wished for your whole life. God knows it, and so does the devil. Okay? So do you know what's going to happen? This is why I'm telling you, so that you're ready for it. Your job is not done. Don't get lazy. Don't be a fool right now. You're like, wow, my blessing. Oh, I'm going to get a blessing. No, it comes with the provoking spirit. Because if the devil knows you got a blessing, he is going to send an opportunity for you to fuck it up. Very simple. You're going to have a nice bond by God sent to you. God says, at this maturity, I got this for you. And he's going to send something, the devil, to try to get you to cash that in early or to burn it or to limit yourself in one area of your life so that you can never make it to that area. You know that, right? Y'all don't feel me. Some of you will end up in jail because you took the bait right before. Oh, y'all don't feel me. You're like, because they know you about to do something big. But then somebody piss you off, you get into a street fight. Oh, you start doing, you're like, wow, I'm so excited. I'm going to do this drug. No. Don't take the bait. That's what I'm telling you right now. You're right. You want something good? Something good. I think a lot of people feel it. I don't think that I said that and that shocked you. And the blessing's on the way, baby, God willing. I welcome all of it. I'm excited. But make no mistake, you better be cautious. And that's what I'm saying. Have God first, you'll be okay. Think about this at the time and prepare, you're going to be good. But that means, bro, like you should raise your standard right now. Because if I'm telling you big blessings are coming, but then so does a provoking spirit, if your standards are low, you're going to fall for the bait. That spirit will get you the other way. So be careful. But be prepared. Be vigilant right now. Or at the very least, be aware. I hope my voice rings in your head when you're like, wow, I can't believe this is happening. If that thought comes to your head, be careful. Not for the blessing, praise God. But don't make the mistake of whatever's going to tempt you next. And it might even happen before. Make no mistake, I don't know this stuff. I don't know I'm not giving you a prophecy. I'm not a prophet. I'm a shitty human. But it might happen before. You may get tempted right before the blessing. You might give it all away the day before. This is why I'm saying be vigilant now. And if you have and you expect good things and you have faith and you're working hard and believing good, expect it. But I'm also, if you really expect there's going to be a big blessing, your standard should rocket up immediately then. Otherwise, you don't really believe it. Yeah. Do you see what I'm saying? Because that's how you're going to be vigilant. You're like, wow, no, there is something big coming up. I got to make sure I don't get provoked. Provoke. You see what I'm saying? Think about that word. What's going to provoke you? Something is going to itch you and get you to react, taunt you. I'm not talking, it could be a person. It might be something bigger. But do you see what I'm saying? It could be greed. Yeah, tell them. Something's going to provoke you. Bro, it could be a comment about Trump. It could be a comment about Biden. The government, politics. Who knows what it'll be? But do you see what I'm saying? It's going to get you to do something you weren't already doing. It's trying to get you to be volatile. All right? U.S. Senate appears to have votes to end certain tariffs on Canadian goods. So, Chadadonia. God is good, baby. And put God first. God is the gift, but God wants you to have both of them, man. All right? Don't let your gifts have you. You have them, and you have God. And that is number one, bro. And above all else, raise that standard. You want to tell me you believe good things are going to happen. You would start acting like it right now. That's why Noah built the ark before there was water. See what I'm saying? He was reverse provoked. See what I'm saying? He was provoked by God and faith in this, and that got him to move. But there wasn't water. There wasn't rain. There wasn't anything. So there you go, baby. God willing, pray for your discernment, and may you use all of your gifts to the best of your abilities, and may your gifts lead you to the highest source possible, baby. But take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Mobile press, hot chat, X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list on my channel. First link for the Discriminate, Boot Camp, and Real Estate. Amen. Amen. Oh, yeah. All right. I seen dark, I seen light, I seen pain, I seen fight. Living wrong, always feel right. Why you made me like this, asking every night. I seen dark, I seen light, I seen pain, I seen fight. Living wrong, always feel right. Why you made me like this, asking every night. It's too deep, they all depth to the depth. I meant what I said, but they bent how it's read. Blessed to be blessed, but the flesh isn't dead. I relent, then repent, then I do it all again. I'll admit I'm really sick, but nobody got the meds. Wouldn't trust them if they did. Now you see how one
hold up.
And you want me to
Pause. Yeah, Trump automobile tariffs is from the Federal Register. It takes effect April 3rd, 1 a.m., 12:01 a.m. And then Trump admin considers revocation of tariff exemptions for cheap shipments from China. Source. That's a rumor, bro. So look, now they're saying considering revoking tariff exemptions for China and shipping. So watch the Zims and then watch K-Web, see if it reacts. That's coming out now. Look, K-Web got a candle. Pinduoduo will move on. Yeah, look at them. I think they would actually get hit the most. Yeah, continuing. But yeah, EA dropping too out of nowhere. But yeah, we haven't even finished the first track, bro. Rumors.
These people want my head for all the things I did. Wait, what the hell I did? All I did was speak my truth, so you could grab the loot, maybe get a crib or two. I don't know why you ain't moved. Maybe born with silver spoon. Thought we didn't get to choose.
All right, this is an update. Will decide process on auto parts within 90 days. Federal Register. So that means this is going to be lingering. So you're not. That's both good and bad. Does that make sense? Because now that means watch GM and Ford. That means you're going to be kind of having a little bit, another month pretty much, or 93 months to negotiate, come to deals, all of that. In a weird way, I think slightly bullish because that just means delay. Yeah, Amazon, I think, is Amazon, it's weird because Pinduoduo, but I just think all of them. Siemens is near deal for Insight-backed Dotmatics. That's coming out too. All right, man, what the... So, yeah, a lot of the rumors are coming in now. So, watch the market, though. You're getting the tariff stuff. TLT is your play. That's it. You could fuck with the SPY, but leading into now tomorrow, even end of the day, this is the one because it's already lagging between everything. So, ta-da. Or unless market goes down 0.5% or 1% at this point, and then they match up. That's the only other way. So, yeah.
But the most documented man alive is how I seen dark, I seen light, I seen pain,
I seen fight, living wrong, always feel right. Why you So that'd be like me saying like Nobu is a really good sushi restaurant. And then you're like, okay, cool. So should I get reservations for 2? And when are you free? That's not what I said. I was just saying it's a good restaurant. You know what I'm saying? That's how I want you to take that info. But I'm not trying to go on a date. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that's a good restaurant with what I'm seeing. That's some good food possibly. But I'm not available right now.
That's on setbacks.
But we still, bro. Trump reaches agreement with Milbank.
It's a big bag.
I see auto tariffs no later than May 3rd. Okay, that's good. So hold on. I think we need a little bit more details, but yeah, no later than May 3rd for the tariffs and then the parts. But this all sounds like a delay. That's what I'm saying. Although you're getting the news and info, you now have May 3rd as another new headline date. Yeah, and then now you have potentially up to 90 days to negotiate the other margin outside of the other for the USMCA deal. I don't think it's bad in the sense you could say it's not good. It's not like, oh, this is all good news, but welcome to Wall Street. If you were worried about immediate fear, I don't think that you should be worried about immediate fear, at least for autos. So we still got 80% of the other tariffs that are still unknown. So for now, one part of that is good, I would say, at least in my opinion, and I hope you understand the explanation. But then again, we'll see.
Fuck it. I ain't hating some ones that claiming that they real. Usually the fakest ones. Same applies to me.
Crazy day, bro. Crazy day. Even post PHILO, bro. All right, we're back. I was all right. We just had to keep interrupting it. Again, VVPR. That's going, baby. That's going. I bring the joy like Jollibee. That sounds so good right now. Oh, I need a protein, too. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Hi, my name's Chubby. My mom is chubby. My dad is chubby. Even my dog is chubby. Do you guys remember that? Trump considering announcing external revenue service on Wednesday. That's weird. That's kind of bullish. I don't know. CBS. So something is that's either false. Yeah, here. Yo. Trump to discuss TikTok, AppLovin, Amazon, emerge. Wall Street Journal is just reiterating it. So look, go watch app. This is just going to be an algo wire pump. You already have this news. But they're just pumping the Amazon AppLovin thing again. But no. That's weird. So that CBS News is either fake or Trump is again walking things back. Whoa, with Win. Oh, whoa. Bro, that's why. Win. Oh, shit. Bro, where did Win fucking come from in that? Because remember, we saw Win moving up. Let's see if those are cheap. Oh, shit. Because you know I like a win, right? I like to win, and I like the company a win. Win options are terrible usually, though. That's crazy. Yeah, no one even trades these. Keep those on watch. Just Win trades like a China stock. Low key. Like even the option chain. It's like Baidu. It's like wide spreads and just like, yeah, the bids are going to be lower on everything. Yeah, but that revenue service is weird because they said they were going to announce it with the tariffs. I remember that vividly. So the whole point is that if they're announcing the ERS later, then that means they're going to announce another tariff later because they tied that to the tariffs. So either that's fake news or Trump is walking back tariffs a little bit. Again, welcome to logic. I don't know if you guys are following with me, but that's what I'm saying. So keep that in mind because that's just coming out, but we're slowly just heard a little bit more. Auto. We heard Amazon and TikTok. Now you're hearing that. Again, we don't know what's true. We don't know what's false. So think about that. Even the Tesla. Because, yeah, it could just be assumption, just like Tesla, where they were like, oh, he's gone. But then they're saying, well, yeah, he ends in May. You see what I'm saying? So right now they just said ERS on Wednesday. If you have paid, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. Caroline Levitt, Lutnick, and many others, they said they're going to announce the ERS with the tariffs, the External Revenue Service, right? I don't know. Have you heard that? Is that incorrect? We could start with that because that's a key premise. Lutnick, Levitt, and almost everybody has said that the ERS is tied to tariff announcement. And tariffs are supposed to be announced today. Well, wait. No, today's Wednesday. Never mind. I'm an idiot. Yeah, I thought today was... Nope. Ignore everything. I'm a dumbass who doesn't understand the calendar. Yeah. Okay, no, that tracks. It tracks because I thought today... I thought today was Wednesday, but then I thought it was Thursday, technically. You know what I'm saying? Or I thought today was Tuesday, and I thought they were punting it a day. That's why I was like, wait, that's either fake or not. No, I'm just a little bit slow sometimes. Well, on that note, should we let the public back in, or do you guys want to use your quiet time to discuss anything? Because it's not Power Hour. Let them back. You're in the Twitch. Your opinion doesn't count. No, okay. He's like, what? What? Free the homies. Let's roll the dice. Let them in. All right. The tribe has spoken. Well, they can't even complain, so fuck it. You know what I'm saying? That's like kind of the good part. But then if you want, I don't know, if you're like, Josh, my girlfriend cheated on me 12 times. Should I stay? And I'm like, do I really have to explain this? You're like, okay, cool. So should I buy Meta? No, what the fuck? So I don't know. Maybe if you need any help with that. Oh, I got a new candy, but I don't want to tempt you to sin. You know the nerds and how the nerds were good? I'll tell you and then we'll go public, but then I don't want to hurt you. I discovered something. It's old, but it's just like it hits crazy. It's like a sweet, better than it's like it's candy, but it's not candy. Yeah, the jump from topics is called ADD. That's why I'm good at the stock market. You know? So watch out. I like the win idea. We already have the Amazons, though. We're going to have way too many of these TikTok plays. But then I got rid of the Oracle. So, nah, it's not the Tajin gummy bears. Nah. Do you want me to tell you? The sugar will kill you. Spy's going down, though. Again, latest headline was that ERS thing. Nerds is a gateway candy. No, Nerds is terrible, bro. I haven't ate them, though, in a week. You know that? I ran out and I didn't buy more. So I'm been doing good. If you don't put them around me, then that's it. And that's a PHILO. If you guys just hide the money and you'll be fine. Well, I'll just tell you, man, forgive me. I don't want to tempt you. So I just feel bad because like you guys kept tagging me in like the nerds. You guys would start buying nerds and tagging me. And I was like, I'm glad because I want you to enjoy what I enjoyed. And I want you to have the same joy of life. But then I'm like, no, what have I done? I don't want to, like, because, dude, it's an addiction. It's bad, bro. All right? So I'm going to tell you, and then we're going to free them. So use it wisely, bro. Jolly Rancher Popsicle. It's old. It's existed for a while. It's not new. But I had one the other day. You know, it was when I was sick. And I had one, like I had them still in my fridge, bro. That's new to you? Oh, I knew about them back in the day. Yeah, it's a Jolly Rancher Popsicle. But it's like really good. It gave me, like, that was the only thing lately where I was like, you know,
I was feeling it more than the nerds, but then I overdosed on nerds. So, like, it's not, yeah, just get a long term. I go to the gym every fucking day, too. So, fuck off. And I eat out of a box on a diet. So, that's why I don't want to put you guys on to this terrible stuff. And then you like, oh, yeah, Josh, I love the candy. I hate the push up. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Because, like, that's not fair. That's what I'm saying. Like, I could give you a play, and you're like, I put all my money on it. I'm like, don't do that. Put $2, sir. Dude, get it long term. What the fuck? That's not, you see what I'm saying? Yeah. Anyways, we'll free them. And then, yeah, is there any news or anything? Trump announcement, 4 p.m. Dude, today's a big day. It's fucking tariff day. But it's just the springboard for more. Mm-hmm. Well, there it is. I think it's free. All right, freedom, guys. God bless you.
Where it entered the WTO. That is not where the United States is, and that's not where most of the developed world is. And so, Brian, it is there is very little
I'll be RBA.
to believe that
God bless America.
exporting more
Shout out
than
the vets.
importing
Welcome back to
gets you
Liberation
rich.
Day.
Is India
At
richer
VWAP,
than
a
us?
couple of headlines just
we,
came out.
We agree on that.
Tell them, Chad.
But
Tell
I
them
think
what
we
just
can also
happened
agree
to keep them up
that
to speed.
Income and wealth
Oh, yeah, you
inequality
still
in
have
America
non-farms.
is a problem, right? Mm-hmm. Whatever we've been doing hasn't been working. If it's been working, we wouldn't still, I think, have the problem. Maybe this is not the answer. Maybe this will make things worse. I have no idea.
Well,
But do you agree there is a part of it that where we have to try something new because what we've been doing is not working?
100%, and that's why Donald J. Trump is the president of the United States. Yeah,
for now.
For sure, there is a potential tactical and strategic use for tariffs to advance our country's interests. Sold. The question is, what are we actually trying to do? We've heard that we're trying to narrow bilateral trade gaps. We've heard that we're trying to raise revenues to afford tax cuts. We've heard that we're trying to protect our southern border. We've heard that we're trying to keep fentanyl out of our country. We've heard that we're using it as a cudgel to have Europe pay for their own defense. We've heard that it may be useful in terms of territorial expansion in Greenland and the Panama Canal. All of those things can't happen at once because they're in fact many ways mutually inconsistent with each other. So what are we actually trying to do? And my concern is in doing some of those that may actually be beneficial for the United States, what are going to be the ramifications? Is the light worth the candle? Will we have fractured so many relationships with our friends and allies that it's going to come back to bite us?
Well, and there's two interesting things there you could sort of pick up on. I mean, one is it's good if tariffs could do all of those things because we could use them in the future to get anything done that needed to be done, right? I see how they give you leverage over trading partners or friends or allies, as you called them. But even if those friends and allies, if they're not spending enough on defense, if they're sort of saying one thing and being friendly as long as we go along with it, but then not actually doing it, at some point, do you have to allow the relationship to turn a little frosty to say, hey, you know, we're all going to get along as long as you actually step up to the table here.
Okay, but in all fairness to the administration and the president, we did have Germany just approve $1 trillion defense budget. It would never have happened but for that tough behavior. And what this
Oh, shit. No way. I was muted. Yeah. Dude, I was saying, one, I said if you just saw Manu Ginobili, that's a great sign. He's an effing legend. Okay? So that's awesome. I love that. That's what Nick said. And then you were like, dude, CNBC's just as bad. And I just started ranting because yesterday's Watchlist, man, I'm telling you, everybody's this bad. You have to realize I'm not like... I've already capitulated to a degree. I just am telling you the truth still. And what I mean is like, bro, nobody wants to say demand destruction. They don't, everyone's, again, these logical leaps. It's a lot of people. And what do I mean by capitulate? Is like, bro, you've already seen it. How many weeks have you ignored the most important sets of data, and the market is really being driven by sentiment and fear? So we already hit the point where you're not reacting to reality. Does that make sense? So that's why it's like this narrative is, the market is feeding it. This is the market's tantrum. In a weird way, this is everybody trying to get, you're ignoring everything and only reacting to this hyper-focused, everyday uncertainty. But it's everywhere. That's unfortunately now, that's what I mean, like the amount of news articles mentioning uncertainty. You ask somebody educated or non-educated on the market or economics, you're going to hear this. So the uncertainty, we have hit that point of no return. That's so get used to it in a weird way. But that's why your challenge and your opportunity to make a lot of money is knowing where reality really is at. So, and then eventually the market will go back to reacting to more realistic, a more tempered future view rather than ignoring everything, just reacting to what we have right now. Or again, just fear, uncertainty. And that's why you keep hearing it everywhere. That's why it is everywhere. And like I'm saying, from the top to the bottom of knowledge and money, you're hearing this. You're not going to not hear it now. But that's why I'm saying it's like you clearly see, and again, I think people need to talk about demand destruction now, because that's the real thing. You want me to be really scared about Donald Trump? I'm not scared of inflation. Neither should you be. You want to sell me an item for more money because Donald Trump and you're scared? You're insane and you're a fucking predator. But you want to tell me now uncertainty is causing people to not spend money and getting them scared, and that's going to drop demand? Oh, yeah, I could believe that. Ta-da! And that's demand destruction. That's the worry. That's why all the data, in a weird way, is more stagflationary than inflationary. I don't know, man. This is terrible. But if Donald Trump and everybody around, and from the media to this world right now, if they take this fear campaign to the max, do y'all not realize this is just our version of China 4 years ago? And that's what I'm saying. Why are I wouldn't talk about inflation. I would be more worried about deflation, big homie. Because look, people are just dumping for no damn reason. Eventually, give this a couple more months, you're not even going to want to trade a stock. I'm already seeing people not want to trade a stock or option. But think about it. This is just like Xi Jinping. Oh, we got a social justice crackdown, and so what was it? Social equal prosperity, and shut it. You know what I'm saying? Tightening up. Trump's doing a very unpopular thing, lower deficits, and then if they just run up the fear and market goes off that, and then that's why I'm saying I'd be more worried about demand destruction leading to deflation or stagflation, both terrible outcomes. But that is more realistic with what I could see than these weird assumptions of inflation and people not buying shit are just going to magically pay more all of a sudden. Or it gets good. I mean, yeah, if there is a correction, if the fear campaign, the data, Trump, if it doesn't allow the fear campaign to go, like I say, you're going to have an epic bounce with, again, I'm just looking for by the end of this year, like I'm telling you, by day 365, I'm pretty sure this year should be 10-15% minimum. And that's all I care about. I hope you understand that. I think I've made this very clear, but that's the whole historical thing. We just had 2 massive years. That doesn't happen to the size we've had. And year number 3 is always fireworks. So we can anticipate a pretty big move up or down this year. And that's where everything is resting on. And that's what I'm looking for, because that's where you're going to get these crazy opportunities. Because it's, again, at the index level, we're talking 10, 15, maybe even a 20% move. Again, on this SPY, up or down, that's massive. And that, especially at this valuation and how expensive everything is. So Yeah, you're kind of in the middle of the seesaw now where, well, we're kind of tilting now. That's what I'm saying. 1 quarter in, 25% of the way, we are leaning. And now the market's going off of just ideas, or I guess, again, uncertainty, fear. It's reacting to that, the soft part, not the hard data. So we'll see, man. But either way, it's all so interesting. But I hope you're going to, everyone's going to sound negative. That's already hit the watering hole. That's it. It's in the water supply. Mother effers have uncertainty, and that uncertainty is moving shit. And everywhere you look, you're gonna hear it. Please show me where you don't find it. And then, because that would be more surprising now than what you'll probably hear until something changes. Until we find out today it's not that bad. There's off ramps. It's low levels, or we find out it's a lot worse, or we find out more conflict, or we get more solutions. These are going to be but it's going to be volatile and choppy, but look for the easy breaks, my friend. And that's why we'll see what happens. Will today, this week, this month be the easy break or not? People think that Friday will confirm. So again, you have all this, but then non-farms are going to tell you, I should have held that damn straddle. But yeah. A SPY day. Well, you're up, but stupid gap down and stupid run up. Because that looks good, but this all just looks so... The computer made me do it. So it all looks very computery, but you know the vibe. Like I'm saying, today is all the... today's still a day of hot rumors, and you saw how they hit all around the board, But just remember, after tomorrow, or tonight, today, 4 p.m., we send out to the world, and let's see what comes back after that springboard. But we'll see. I think there's some good sign. Some good signs. Pay the put for bowling, baby. I should have sold it. That's only when I took RTX instead. But yeah, they're break even. Amen, baby. Thank you, Marcus Hanlon, for everything. That was bad. What was the other one? BAH. Booz Allen. Almost stay for the Liberation Party. Yeah. This is big. Oh, I wanted to tell you guys that this is not related. I figured out something with my hip. You know what I'm saying? It's actually crazy. So I figured it out. It's my foot. I don't put pressure on the outside of my 2 or 3 toes. My the outside pressure on there. It doesn't I don't put enough pressure, and it tilts my hip in. I don't know how I figured this out yesterday. And I was moving it around. It's like shoe even without the shoe, bro. No, but then I put pressure on my pinky toe and the 2, 3 left toes and my left part of my foot. And it literally rotates my hip. It's insane. It's the most minor thing. But then it feels amazing. Yeah. So yeah, do it, bro. Yeah, bro, it's crazy. I don't know if you have a weird crack, if you keep getting the clicking hip. But no, bro, just a little outside of the foot. Mm-hmm. All right. And then, yeah, so Lupe.
I'm going to ban you. We're going to go over your Chad facts first. So you sat through the PHILO. You're like, what do we talk about? My first PHILO. And then you're like, want play. You heard everything. You try to distract. You're like, yeah. Nobody has plays, right? And then you try to, like, get involved with everybody in the chat like you Diddy, trying to lure people in. And then you start throwing shade at Uncle. And then you try to point out how much money I'm generating from the stream. And you're wrong. I make way more than that now because of people like you. So thank you for bringing this out of me. You have enriched me further. But on that note, too, I have to ban you. You're a distraction. I hope the rest of the chat gets a laugh, but I really saw the opportunity to say thank you because, like I'm saying, I make way more than that now. And here's the reality. I didn't want to tell you this, but I'll do it for you, Lupe. In this quarter, I have made more money off of Trump coin trades and other long-term stuff. And now, like, dude, even YouTube is insane. I've made more money in 3 months than I've made in 5 years doing this shit. So I'm very grateful. And I hope I'm even more grateful that everybody has a long-term because I hope you guys get something. I never needed it, but and that's why I'm like, it's amazing. And I love the opportunities. And I hope you do it too. But I am grateful for everybody here and I want more. And I'm not talking money. I want to see everybody do it. Everything. Houses, the trades. We have so much opportunity. And you have already seen it. And some of you now, you know, you met me at a different point and you put in the work, bro. And now it may seem slow, but nah, you got the prerequisites and we got it. That's what I'm saying. Y'all moving into your first houses and y'all putting in the time. So let's get it, baby. And I'm very excited and I'm grateful. And I still don't think the job is done, but at the end of the day, I thank you for this opportunity, everything. And then for me to say that, and like I'm saying, bro, I'll unban y'all. Y'all need help. I got you. But at the end of the day, the good and bad grow at the same time. And we got to separate it. The harvest is plenty. The workers are few. People like that, I'm going to just rip y'all apart and keep moving. I've already been blessed, baby. But y'all need help, man. And y'all genuinely want it. Even if you've been banned, you come back. Let's get it, bro. I got your back. I'm here for you. And I think there's a lot of evidence around this community of the good, the bad, the ugly. But you could get it however you want, man. But I think the opportunity is there. So I would love to help. Otherwise, don't waste your time just fucking around with me. Because you're right. I'm making money. Whether it's a trade, whether it's on YouTube. People here like me or not. I've already offended and not offended people, but practically just stop wasting your time, bro. Either get to it, be a part of it or not, but the weird lukewarm is killing y'all, man. And I'm grateful for those of you who chose the hotness. And let's keep going. Something about a breakthrough on Trump agenda, GOP, Graham amendment signals GOP budget breakthrough, Fox. Input, grabbed it, MVO, UPS, but thank you, man. And that's what I'm saying, bro. Pay me later. Go buy me a house when it's all done, bro. And that's what I'm saying. You'll thank me and you could really show a lot by living it. Because that's it, man. If you don't live what I'm saying, bro, and you let the money slip through your fingers, you don't save it, you don't get a long term, you only listen to the dumb shit I say and ignore the good shit, bro. And you don't, like, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, bro, you're going to hate me. You'll be angry, whatever it may be. But if you really get a long term, your future self will thank you. I will thank you. The community will thank you. The world will thank you. So, yeah, man, it's just, those are the thank yous I really want. But in the meantime, I will take anything. But that's what I'm looking for, baby. And I hope you are too. I hope you want it more than I want it. Man, I wish my parents taught me this too, bro. I feel you heavy, bro, but don't worry, you can still do well without it, man. There's always a shot, and that's the beauty. At least for now, man. So use it while you got it. You met me at a very strange time in your life. Me too, bro. You know what I'm saying? But amor fati. We'll keep going. It's your birthday? No. Wow. Esteban Horna. We share a birthday on Liberation Day with Tim Whitman, bro. It is April 2nd. That's good. I don't have to worry about like April Fools. Amen, bro. Another year for the long term. Let's get it, baby. It's your dad's birthday, too. Tell him happy birthday. Good. Long term. Another year. Stop it. Every year, bro. I can't even believe the years just go by. You got to watch out for that. You know, that's what I'm saying. Before you know it. Yeah, Mexico kind of moving. Watch the currencies. We had weird signals today. That's what I'm saying. In the morning, it was just sticking out, but you haven't really got anything since then. Again, euro and pound, I believe, are both 0.5%. Yeah, a little more. So, honestly, everything it has cushion. You could call it relief, cushion, whatever you want, but coming into this, you know, yeah, you do have everything is kind of lift except for bonds. But then bonds gave back a little bit of that extra cushion. So very fascinating. Tesla's going, is that, MTSR. Is that the ETF? Tesla's holding up great. Let's see. I'll see where those contracts are at. What a damn day, bro. Because mine, it was a weekly. Literally same price I sold it at. So it went up a little higher after I sold. You could have got almost 100% more. And then it held a little higher, and then a couple times it went lower. So not too bad. Yeah, I like it, man. That was fun, but I don't want to buy it again. Yes. Pass down SGD to the next generation. That's all it is, bro. It really is small, good decisions. Like, no exaggeration. And that's what I'm saying. You don't have to get overly hyped about anything. You don't have to get FOMO in the long term. I'm telling you, build it now. Don't forget the cheap plays, the value. But it's never going to be what you do today. It's going to be about making a series of small decisions over and over and over again. That's how we could take any amount and turn it into a long term or a house. And then that's it. So, yeah, just amen, bro. It really, and don't forget that. Don't ever forget that. That's why you don't take away any unnecessary pressure. You know, you don't build the success. It's not going to be one or two actions. It's a series of small good ones that will all add up. All right, nice little bounce. But still, unless it goes like crazy, I think you're going to hold. Unless there's a negative rumor, it's just generally this, again, the cushion ahead of the event. Again, we've heard about the ERS. We had a little bit of confusion. What else did we hear? The auto tariffs, the delays. We heard about Elon. We heard about the TikTok bidders. So this is all the info that we've kind of had ahead of the announcement. Very wild, Habibi. Very, very wild, you know? All right.
Maybe slide.
I'm going to go get a pro. I'll be RB.
With some trepidation because
follow me on Instagram at the
Trading
Trading Fraternity. Real Code News on Twitter.
The S&P 500 is only down about 3.5% this year. Remember, on average, markets tend to fall over 10% at least once every year. And as always, like any piece of news or data you get, folks, context is key. Take a look at the exact same chart with different time frames. On your left is the S&P 500 1 year. We're a little higher than we were, Kelly, but it looks like we've had a nice slide the last couple of weeks. But on the right side is a 20-year chart. Same S&P 500, and the decline that we see is that little tiny bit just at the very top. This is not only a good lesson for investing, but maybe a good lesson about what some call chart crimes and what you can do if you move the H or the Y axis. Either way, let's talk about it all with Brent Schutte. He is Chief Investment Officer at Northwestern Mutual Wealth Management. Brent, and I'm not saying the markets can't fall more. They could fall another 10%. They could stay down for years. I have no idea, but I'm just trying to put the current market in some sort of context for investors, because the amount of hand-wringing over the last couple of percent is unlike really anything I don't think I've seen in 20 years.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think investors have become used to markets that go straight up into the right more so.
Yeah, it's like stocks went down. What do you mean stocks go down? That's why you get.
He's saying
paid
he's never
to
seen
own
this
stocks,
level of
because
dramatics
they can, and they
in 20
will
years.
go down for a variety of reasons. That's why
Tweaking,
the
bro,
return
tweaking.
is supposed to be more than the
Everyone's
bond market.
tweaking.
Absolutely, there's a risk premium in owning them, and not everyone can own them.
It's
and
a
unfortunately, people
tantrum.
who can't own them find out at the wrong time. They puke them up, to which the gains that they give up pass on to someone else who can actually own them. So the first thing we always encourage people to do is do what you're doing, which is think longer term. I do think that S&P 500 chart maybe hides some of the damage that's gone on beneath the surface and some of the leaders that people had concentrated in. And that's where, to me, the S&P 500 still provides opportunities, but there are bigger opportunities outside of the S&P 500 that haven't performed well for years that will possibly do so in the future because they are cheaper. And there is kind of a catalyst change going on right now in the environment, which this tariffs and these possible tariffs kind of weave into.
You know, Brent, Brian's so right. And when you watch anyone like Warren Buffett building their wealth over time, it's, build the wealth, stay in the market, just ignore the headline, But I'm always afraid that I'm going to get in, or that it's going to be when it's like the lost decade, right? And every time someone comes on and says, we see permanently lower returns from here, 4% a year, count on it. I go, I try to just ignore them, la 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 la. But it's happened before. Maybe it could happen again.
Sure, absolutely. And that's why you diversify. I mean, that lost decade that everybody refers to is not lost universally across asset classes. And so I obviously lived through 2000 to 2007, 2008. And during the first part of that, international stocks did much better. Emerging markets did better. Those were the laggards in the prior economic cycle. And so if you think about 1999, it was much like it was today, where people wanted to own tech stocks. They wanted to concentrate in a few stocks that were doing well at the end of that. And what you saw over the next 5, 6, 7 years was that the market broadened back out to include small and mid-cap stocks, which did very well. It broadened out to include emerging market stocks, international developed. And that's the path that I think is most likely going forward, where you're going to see some of those laggards that haven't done well but are cheap. They now have a catalyst, which I think is in Europe, for example, increased spending on defense. It may be possibly an end to a war. It may be the dollar weakening. You think about the U.S., small and mid-cap stocks haven't done well for the past couple of years. They've been impacted by the economy, which has been bifurcated.
Yeah,
and
but what if I was talking about, and I don't remember it, to be honest, but I was talking about the 70s, and if it's one of these situations where we have kind of sticky inflation and a little bit of this kind of like misery feeling out there, and, to your point, small caps and some of these other things, like they just keep chronically underperforming. We have high interest rates. We didn't have that in the early, probably about where they were in the early 2000s. Didn't have that in the 2010s. So what about that analogy?
Look, I think the 70s are an interesting analogy. I was actually born in the 70s, 1973 to be exact, which was when we actually had a bear market. So I suppose I'm a bear market baby, which probably makes me a bit more cautious in my approach. But to me, there are still opportunities back then to invest. One of the things that I think people do wrong back then is they look at the S&P 500 price return and not total return. Certainly, there were opportunities across the board. If you think about the 80s, that's when international development did very well, kind of buffeted by Japan actually entering the market. And so I think there are lots of opportunities that are out there. And so when you hear the word lost decade, to me, that doesn't mean across all asset classes. And there are opportunities today, even though I do think there are heightened valuations in some parts of the market. There are other parts that I think are primed to do well in the future. And that's why we encourage, going back to your opening comment, Brian, no one knows for certain what's going to happen. Diversification is admitting that. And that's where I think the anecdote that people are looking for, or antidote that people are looking for the uncertainty that I think is going to exist, is not by selling out of the market. It's by staying diversified. If you sell out of the market, move into cash, you to me are telling me that you know exactly what's going to happen, which no one does.
Yeah, and the more a market goes down, the longer it takes generally to come back, and the more money and higher percentage it takes. And I'm just told math tells us that. But the lesson I was just trying to tell Brent on the X and Y axis is simply that we need to put everything into perspective. Brent Schutte, Northwestern Mutual Wealth Management. Brent, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think he did that quite well. Treasury yields are rising today as investors brace for the rollout of the tariffs. We'll go back to Rick Santelli for a fuller bond report on that next.
I'm responding. I think it's your email, Lebowski. I'm responding to it.
And the idea, hold on, I got to turn off. I got to close my door. But yeah, he's probably in the chat. I know, man. Well, listen, it's just good wisdom, bro. I told you this a while ago, and you either lived it or not. But yeah, I could either type the email or I could kind of give you some of my thoughts, because you could just go slow with whatever you're doing. Just keep the money and just go. If you go slow with it, you're going to be fine no matter what. And even then, maybe even look for another property, surprisingly. Like I said, I was telling people the other time, like, some people think I'm telling you, like, oh, get a property and then hold it for 10 years and make $100 a month. No, it's like, again, if you come across a good opportunity, even then, if you could even fix up stuff too, it's like, bro, a quick flip on a crib is a great way to even generate better capital with a decent amount of safety compared to anything else. But that's how you could use it in shopping and both do long-term while still kind of aiming higher too. But as long as you go slow, you're going to be fine. I don't know how that little pie thing works. I don't think it's a bad idea. Those stocks look decent. $100 a month, like I said, as long as you go slow, nothing's going to, I don't think it'll be that bad. I think it'll end up good. But I would maybe make like a TD or a Fidelity and just start throwing some individuals, or whenever the SPY gets to a good price, you can just buy the SPY. Or even start buying a little bit of that and then buy a little SPY slowly and then work in some individuals and call it a day. But like we were just saying, small good decisions, that's going to be the key. That is going to be how you really, and that's why too, even coming into any amount of money, handling it, doing it safely, as long as you don't go dumb, don't gamble it. You better fucking make sure you don't gamble that shit. And go little by little, you'll be fine. And that's what I'm saying. Aim for a property too, and just be on the lookout, because you got enough money to act on it. And who knows, you might have a 100K, 200K flip right around the corner. No, I had to look at that email because he hit me up about that earlier, and I wanted to make sure. So that was the only email I looked at. And then I got everybody already unbanned email. So you should have been unbanned already, but some people were still in the black hole if you email me your channel. But I'm not going to look at my email till after the day now, all right? Because we got Power Hour in 9 minutes. And then again, the event, bro. Like, this event is about to start. Located in SoCal, yeah. Email me. Always need GCs. Especially good deal, Habibi, Nanonuclear and University of Illinois, Urbana signed landmark agreement for Kronos reactor, NNE. It did not, partnership with a college. Hershey's. Oh, staple. Should have held that one. But actually, no, it didn't even move. 35% chance the tariffs are nothing. I don't know where that's kind of coming from, but even then, there's already been a couple of signals today, kind of light, but at the same time, I think this springboard is a good way to understand it. And like we talked about yesterday, the combinations. So there's going to be, that's the thing. That's why I don't know yet. What's good, what's bad. It's going to be a combination of all sorts of factors depending on what gets announced. But people are hearing or assuming, maybe it's just rumor, that some things are already going to come in light. And then we'll get details on how to walk something back. That was the big point I made yesterday when we started it out, the watch list, is that quite simply, even in today, we are looking to learn the exemption mechanism. That we don't know. Imagine, you don't even know how to get an exemption for reciprocals. We have no idea. So now we're even going to find out how to avoid the tariff today. So that could be really easy. That could be really good. Or it could be terrible, no exemption. It could be more aggressive, or It could be a exemption that's wrapped around one thing, but it's really about something else, like we've seen, and that could be more difficult. So, yeah, I think that's a really big point, but that just goes to show, there's going to be a lot of good and bad and even neutral to take. Again, tariff swaps, that minimus exemption might get swapped out. We got a little more info on that today. But, yeah, it's nuts, Habibi. It's a nuts. Yeah, we'll know the off-ramps. We'll know the rates. We'll know the floors, the ceilings, what's immediate, what's not. And that's the thing. I'll show you the chart again. I think this is from Morgan Stanley. But this is a great, easy way in a visual to kind of get it. That's why I was saying when somebody was asking me why the other stuff, you're like, that wasn't good. It's because anything that leans to this side is going to be good for Wall Street, because then delays, opportunity for negotiation, opportunity for good and bad. Some might be worse than others, but this is all we're doing today. You got all of the talk, all this, that, unfair, these countries, unfavored nations, favored nations, reciprocals. Put it in here. That's what we get today. Some stuff will be immediate, some will not. But yeah, it's all, the watch list was nerdy, bro. There's money. And we already got paid, though. So amen, bro. Earnings is literally banks next week. And then 2 weeks for Netflix. I thought it was a little earlier. Well, what's his name's at the White House? Zuckerberg. And I was saying it earlier, there was Amazon solar news, but it seems like Amazon and Meta are trying to get involved. They're getting a bone somewhere. 5 years, that's insane. No place I'd rather be, baby. Best YouTube community, without a doubt. I love you, Mac Roberts. God bless you. And more Fati indeed. Throw in the SGD, bro. Don't ever forget. Hold on. Happy Liberation Day. Oh, y'all don't get it, huh? Y'all don't get it. You have 4 minutes till power hour. That means you have 1 hour until the scheduled event at the Rose Garden. And then you might even hear something now. Or in the next 30 minutes, we might hear more. House passed budget allows $4 trillion debt limit increase. Senate budget would allow up to $5 trillion debt limit increase. Should we sing songs ahead of it? Should we sing our favorite American classics on Liberation Day, or are we just doing too much? God bless America, land that I love. You remember when people would take ridiculous plays and say SGD at the end? Oh, yeah. But I've seen worse. I've seen people try to get me to vote for Kamala and then say finger to the sky. And then I had someone say, you have to vote for Trump, finger to the sky. And I rebuked both of them. And then I went and then I prayed. What? That's crazy. NQ flush. Yeah, even SPY. Look at bonds. Bonds leveled out last 2 hours. So I was telling you, I like this restaurant. I'm not trying to fucking schedule a date with you. But, yeah. Wait, wasn't that Luis? Or was that the other guy? Oh, man. Because then Luis got mad at me after. Luis just wanted a problem. He didn't diversify. I guarantee it. Is there a big implied move for tariffs? Yes and no. That's the weird part. We actually have a double whammy. AKA, you have tariffs
today, and that's priced in. And then you have non-farms on Friday. I really think that's going to be key. I kind of even forgot for a little bit. But you have to really think about it. These non-farms and kind of the way the market is, even though we've ignored big data, like I'm saying, we're going to get a lot of combinations today, reacting to it tomorrow. But then that non-farms, even with the bonds and everything, it's going to be crucial. Not bond auctions. I wouldn't care about those. I would just care about the non-farm payrolls. Because some people are, depending on whether or not this is a springboard, a clearing event, it's still very bad and uncertain. Kroger, they're kind of dumping. But depending on all of that, we got to see what's going to happen with jobs, because some people are thinking, depending on the type of event we get today, the jobs will generally set the attitude for the month. So this was on Sunday night Watchlist. I don't know if you guys understood that fully, but I hope you do. But there's some people on Wall Street, Bank of America, Morgan Stanley, Michael Hartnett. They are saying, and I think Credit Suisse agrees, I don't know, but they think that if the jobs report is bad on Friday, then you have a lot more, or at least new lows in April. And then we keep going down on uncertainty, even with the tariff day. And then if you have a good jobs report, good tariff day, then that could help formulate the bounce. Does that make sense? I kind of agree with it, but then again, I've also watched the market ignore every piece of hard data. So I don't know if we could do that. But yeah. So you let me know. Bond yields come down. I'm happy. Everybody was happy, whether they admit it or not. Well, CPI, I'm like I was saying, though, I don't know. Toward to yesterday's watch list, I think we better start getting ready for just not hot, not cold. And I don't mean perfect. I do not mean Goldilocks. I mean stagflation locks, where everything is just like it stays sticky. You know, where inflation barely moves. The hard data keeps like but it's all like not enough. Where you're always like, I need the next month's data. It didn't move enough. You see what I'm saying? If it's not too hot, not too cold, that's it. Again, even ADP was good today. If any data does not meet the narrative that it's terrible, the market has ignored it, which is odd. But that's what I'm saying. We might have to get ready because there's going to be a lot. Tariffs are likely to hit U.S. renewable energy. New York Times. Welcome to Power Hour. None of them really moved. All right, man. But it is Power Hour. I'm going to be streaming after the close. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I hope we don't have to wait an hour, but I will be here. CME on the low. Yeah, I mean, you're going to keep getting rumors, but in the next, 30 minutes, you might hear from the White House. That would be normal, because the event is supposed to be at the Rose Garden at 4, but I don't know if they're going to sign or announce anything prior, but they have been really, really tight-lipped. But that I would be on watch. It might get a little hotter here for Power Hours, so we'll find out on the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You. Traders hit all-time highs, then spend the next month being worried. As Donald Trump announces tariffs, they are all batshit confused, but as confident as ever. Find out what happens when the market maker takes their profits back. Oh, I hate Donald! Oh, I I hate a Democrat. Oh, no inflation. High inflation. Oh. They all forgot about demand destruction. Coming to a theater near you, second quarter 2025. Brought to you by Jeffrey Gunlock. And China. China, I approve this message. Liberation Day. Like the video. I hope you'll like your gains. You'll get tired of winning. Shout out to Long Term. What the fuck? I would watch that instead of Snow White. Sorry, I saw the opportunity for a Snow White joke. I thought I should take it. I'm excited and I'm waiting. What do you think is going to happen? That's it, man. We got 1 hour to the event. Next 30 minutes might be interesting. Let me get a preem check real quick. Oh, dude. We did great. So, let me double check this. So that straddle from earlier, they're both sides are lower prices now. But I don't know if the differential is as big. Oh, it's kind of the same price. Interesting. Let me try this again. And the calls are more. Wow. I mean, you would think obviously, but no, like the calls are way more expensive. Index options on calls are priced like it's earnings. Yo, Meta lobbies Trump to avoid antitrust trial. Zuckerberg has visited White House at least 3 times. On the wire. Meta discussing settlement with White House officials. So nothing to do with tariffs, nothing to do with TikTok. Keep that in mind because you saw some of those moves earlier. Very interesting. But you could do that. Oh, that's the, well. No, you could do that straddle again if you really wanted to. It's generally the same prices, so you could double dip. But now you don't have, that's it, you have 30 minutes. Or an hour. Oh, yo, President Trump to impose new wave of reciprocals on multiple countries starting this week to address the deficit. Hold on, I think we're getting something. Tariffs expected to take effect immediately after Rose Garden ceremony. This is all Fox. White House has not confirmed full list. Targeted countries of speculation. The dirty 15. Those are the ones who have the bad trade practices. SAP overtook NVO. Oh, man. What a shame. The dirty 15. Yeah, it's all the ones who have like bad deficits and have who they've labeled as like trade violators. So that way those are the ones who are going to get attacked versus or attacked more rather than anyone who's not. And that's where that's where people think today won't be as dramatic. For some people it will be, but for others it won't be. Yeah, waiting on the wire. That report was just reiterating it. They were just reiterating the, what's it called? Reiterating kind of like what we already know. They're kind of just giving you the early breakdown, and I'm sure everyone's going to start their like news segments and getting ready and all of that. Oh, yeah, man. I hope y'all locked and loaded. This is going to be a fun time. Oh, man. 150 points. Well, just keep in mind. That's why. Yeah, just keep in mind Friday. Like I'm saying, I think there's it's so easy to just get caught up in the drama of today, but that's the other event. So we can move big tomorrow, today, whatever, but even think about the paired up move of those 2 days. That could be extremely large, or that could negate a big move from the first day. That new Norovirus, is that what it is? I got that 2 weeks ago. It lasted for like a week. Yeah, man, it's chill. Long term. How do you feel? Is he doing a pre-release? I don't know. That's why I said everything's hot now for the next like 20 minutes, or usually as of late, we'd hear from the White House, then he goes live. I have no idea what's going to happen, but technically the event is scheduled for 50 minutes from right now. And we may hear from the White House prior, but at the end of the day, the runway is closing. We are closer to the event than further. From inauguration till right now, man. So, yeah, even we'll see. See if premiums go crazy or not. I wish you all the best of luck. I would finalize your plays. I would even decide, kind of have an idea of what you want to hold, what you want to flip by the end of the day. But, yeah, so, and then, like I said, time is, you don't need to buy too much time, but just think about you have Friday as well. That's one of those things you could kind of prepare for. What to do. Microsoft, I think they were brought up on it, but we haven't, all that matters, the irony, we made plays today related to TikTok. We hit Oracle, we hit Amazon, but the funny part, I still have an Oracle put. I need to get rid of that because I bought that with my call. But it's down 10%. I might just sell that shit now, actually. Fuck that. Yeah, I'm going to take a small loss on that. But, yeah. What was I saying before that? I'm sorry, I had to handle that play. Finalize your plays. No, what was that? There was something else. Oh. Yeah, I bought the Oracle because I had the calls because I thought I was gonna hold those Oracle calls, but after I got the Amazon, I dipped out of there. But that play was down a little bit more, but then it was only down 10%. I was like, give me my money back. Trump. Oh, the deal. That's what I was gonna tell you. U.S. considering a range of tariffs. What is this? Who's this from? I think this is from analyst. Trump to outline TikTok deal with ByteDance, retaining the stake, the information. I think that's just more info, but here's the deal. We're making money on these little TikTok plays, but the funny part is that there's more details coming out from that information thing. I don't know if it's that crazy. I'll read it in a second because this is what I want you guys to realize. What really matters is just China doing the deal. Will there be an opportunity to play one of the winners? Yeah. But what's more important is China getting a deal or not, because that either means no trade war or bigger trade war. You understand? You need this TikTok deal. Otherwise, Trump is going to go and F them up, and they're not going to like it either. This all really boils down to, are we going to go easy or hard on China? And I think that matters a little bit more than the actual whoever walks away with it. But you will be able to make a play like we have. But keep in mind, that's the real big piece of info when we hear about this TikTok deal. It's really just saying, what kind of relationship are we about to have with China? Under TikTok, America would be roughly 50% by new U.S. investors in licensed TikTok from ByteDance. Existing investors in ByteDance would have a 1/3 stake in the company, while ByteDance would retain a 19.9% stake. I don't know. This could be good. It just sounds like they're structuring like a deal. Newsmax is getting murdered. But, I mean, I don't know what you expected from $5 stock that couldn't sell its offering, then goes up to $200. But, yeah, I don't know. Game got my heart. Game got my soul. You work for a Nissan dealer. We just talked to them. They said parts going up 25, some cars going up 1,000. Yeah, we heard about the parts today, but that part's a little bit known, but we'll see. Because now we're thinking by May 3rd or the next 90 days, that might change. It'll either get worse or get better. With China exercise around Taiwan, you don't expect it to go well. Yeah, that's been something recently people have been talking about. They've been escalating. But, like, that's, like, the odd part about it, because it's, like, they're just trying to show where they could be disruptive, or it just really highlights how they feel right now. Hard to say. You just got to email day trading margin is going to be double because of Trump announcement. Who do you trade with? I don't know if I got that. They usually send you the warning. But, yeah, be careful. Into crash puts? No, I don't know why you would say that, but no, I haven't made that judgment yet. Like I said, there's a lot of unknown. I'm cool with that. You should be too. It's not going to be it's a springboard. And then that's why I'm even saying, like, the non-farms, we got a nice little 1-2 punch coming up. U.S. Senate includes budget resolution, includes reserve fund to save $2 trillion in spending. You're asking to get an understanding. I don't believe you. I think you want a big ass play. And you want to hit that crash and make a bag. But if you do, I would watch yesterday's watch list because I gave a certain catalyst that I said if that occurs, I'm buying puts without thinking. I even told you to buy puts if this happens. So that's why yesterday's watch list has a lot of value, but I hid it in there. You have to go find it. It's like a treasure hunt. It's like Easter, like hunting for the eggs. Trump told cabinet that Musk will leave admin in the coming months. We already knew that. So CNBC is reiterating that, or it's coming on the wire. All right, well, 40 minutes. Let me go pee. Yeah, they're reiterating this now.
Until 2026. And back in February, officials close to the White House told Politico that Musk's timeline was indefinite and could last longer than that 130-day period if Trump wanted it to. But now, of course, there are these dueling pressures on Musk. Elon is facing enormous pressure on Tesla's stock since its post-election peak. And Musk's relationship with Trump has really sparked Tesla protests and boycotts and all kinds of problems for the brand. There's also a sense here in Washington that Musk is becoming more of a political liability than otherwise for this White House. Voters in Wisconsin yesterday rejecting Musk's involvement in the Supreme Court election there, allowing liberals to maintain a majority on the court. So maybe sort of Musk's political magic starting to evaporate a little bit here as we get into the second quarter, Scott.
Eamon, appreciate that from you as well. Eamon Javers in Washington, thank you. I did speak with Wedbush's Dan Ives earlier on the halftime report. He's been urging Musk to spend more time at Tesla or risk permanent damage.
It must continue to go down this path. It was the path of no return. And that's why him starting to make this move, and we'll see as the news comes out, it's the best thing that ever could have happened for Tesla shareholders on the day that you have no rose-colored glasses, an absolute disaster train wreck, 1Q delivery number. He needs to get back home being CEO of Tesla, and I think that's ultimately the path he takes.
Okay, that was Dan Ives earlier today. Let's bring back our panel. Tom Lee, of course, Dan Greenhouse still with us. We showed you what Tesla shares are doing. You've been watching these closely, too. Deliveries weren't good. Deliveries around the world, worse than not good. What about this news?
Well, it's definitely welcome from shareholders because I've had a lot of shareholders tell us they want to see Elon Musk go back to Tesla. But I think it's very encouraging to see the stock price rise on a really bad delivery number because, as you know, stocks rising on bad news is a sign that a lot of bad news is priced in and arguably the bottom.
Yeah, it does raise, not only this issue, you could take this as, okay, Mag 7, this stock's done terrible. It's done a lot worse than many of the other Mag 7 names, which haven't done well in their own right. Dan, is that going to change anytime
dying.
soon? Do you think the performance of these large cap tech stocks?
Well, listen, I think they're down, depending on your measure, 20.
I think they're listening to you, Chat. UK Foreign Office says it's concerned by China's military exercises around Taiwan, raising tension and risking dangerous escalation. That's interesting because that's coming from the UK, not America. So Trump's not the one clapping him on that. It's the ones who are trying to clap Trump. Huh? Oh, are you guys excited? 8 more minutes will be half of the hour. So, yeah, man. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. That's it, man. Make up your mind. And may you be blessed. I saw that, the stock up food thing. Well, yeah, the Europeans, I don't know if it's obvious. I think some of it's a little bit of propaganda. I don't know if they believe it or if they're, but they are really some people really are worried that Putin will attack the Europe. That's why, this is all related to Russia, Ukraine. What the fuck's happening? Watch currencies before you react.
That's going to be your answer. Or oil. Currencies or commodities, either or. It all depends. You got to give it, has to be big. They're doing it as Trump kicks off the trade war? No. I think everybody is posturing. Everybody is pulling out the stops. If they could talk tough, they talking tough. If they got a conflict that they could hold over your head, they gonna conflict it. Everybody from Houthis to China to Canadians all of a sudden want to fight. What the fuck? You don't think that's weird in this fucking decade and century? All of a sudden, Canadians is aggressive? Oh, now Canadians don't say sorry, and now they want to beef? What? And then all of a sudden, Mexico president, well, I thought we friends. I've been cool with Mexicans my whole life. What the fuck? And now, wait, we're not enemies. What the fuck? And now Europe, we already knew the Europeans hated us this whole time, and now they all just, like, Putin's going to kill us. I'm like, what? We just gave you everything. We ain't going to stop it. U.S. Senate includes military spending as a budget. But yeah, bro. So I think everybody is just, that's the whole point. That's why we have uncertainty. There's a lot at stake. You know, Trump is, whether he really does it or not, he is threatening to reconfigure the whole entire trading system right now, which could be good or bad, make it more fair. I mean, I wouldn't say it's fair now. Fully, I think some people get better, you know, winners and losers as always, but that's why I think everybody is pulling out whatever they can, and that's what I'm saying. It's a springboard. We're gonna find out what happens because now everybody postures, does their thing, and then that's it. Group including Andreessen Horowitz to own 50%. Oracle, I see Oracle moving. I remember hearing Andreessen Horowitz. You might have something there. There might be details coming out on the Oracle deal. Like I said, I said you got the double dip a little bit ago if you wanted it. That correlates with that little pop there. And then I get Senate headlines too. Watch Oracle. There's Andreessen Horowitz headline about Blackstone. And then Oracle would be owning the deal. But I don't know if this is confirmation or if it's speculation. But it is Financial Times. It says to own. Do you get what I'm saying? I don't know if this is a proposal or not. So either way, I think Oracle walks away with the security no matter what, to be honest with you. I think they secure the one part of it. Damn. Yeah, those plays are just too... Bro, the stock is lower, and the plays have doubled. That's insane. So the one play I had in the morning that I got hustled out of, that's what that literally did. So the stock is lower, and you're getting almost double for the contract. So there's a lot of IV baked into the oracles now. And that's what that news coming out. And Spy's looking aggressive. I think that's brewing some things up, and you're hearing from Senate right now. So yeah, be careful with the oracles. It might pop, but the contracts are already reflecting that. Like I'm telling you, premiums are higher than even like right here. It's kind of wild. What time is that? Yeah. So premiums are trading about like if it was $1 higher. That's that implication. But the news is coming out now. Financial Times. Confirmed. Oracle CEO chat. Amen. But yeah, I just put out the stream alert with the info because I texted out. I said once I sold the put, I said you either double dip the calls now or that's it.
That was the last time the premiums were cheap. And now I'm saying now they're higher. So I didn't make a play. You got to finalize that. I'm already happy with what we did. We might play that tomorrow, though. But that's starting to move. I think they walk away with the data no matter what. Does that make sense? So that's why I think they win no matter what. So whoever buys or whoever gets part of that 50%, 20%, whatever, Oracle's going to secure the data no matter what. You had 4K saved in Apple Card savings, decided to withdraw, and you woke up to a denial and they want your bank statements and tax return? I didn't. What do you mean for Apple Card savings? I don't know how that works. So I'm not really familiar. Okay, Oracle's still moving. Just watch. If you could get a fluke play, I want one, but that's it, man. We got hustled. I got hustled. Some of you kept it. Good work. Oh. Yeah, right when people bought the expensive premiums, it dropped. It's still climbing. This is just all IV. It's literally like earnings. Kind of cool. Newsmax still going. But does credit savings, is it actually cash or is that just like a discount? I didn't know you could withdraw it. Most credit card companies let you use it as a credit, not that they give you cash. The Amazon contracts held up, so they're still about like 200-300%. We're waiting. I think there's still more to that, but like I said, I think Oracle wins no matter what. The premiums are jacked unless you took the double dip, and then you're just winning. But yeah, and then I don't think Meta's going to be involved, and then that's maybe Microsoft. I think we heard something. I think those are the ones you could. Oh, and Win. That was the other one people said. So yeah, Win was also mentioned too. And then Win kind of even has a China play. It's standard cash back. Okay, SPY's starting to go. Those straddles are working, but they're kind of equal. There's only a 2%. It was just 10. So yeah. Tesla opens up at 300. I mean, again, if Homeboy just quits. If he quits the government, that's crazy that the stock would rip. Just goes to show, bro. All right, man. We haven't heard anything. The SPY's moving, though. But that's it, man. 25 minutes or what? 27 minutes remaining. CoreWeave pop. Watch Oracle, too. Oh, yeah. Damn, no. CoreWeave, like, kind of going vertical. Yeah. Keep eyes on that. Dog. CoreWeave, Google in advanced talks to rent AI servers from CoreWeave. So is that good or isn't that what they already did? So yeah, bro, you're not playing that unless you're spending like $300. I already sold my other contracts. Core weave momentum. Everything's kind of going up. Yeah, low key. So SPY's starting to break, but watch the premiums. So now the differential's coming back. The differential means you're getting momentum usually. So like, I did that play at the same exact time. So now I just told you they were like 2%. It's widened back to like 7%. So calls are getting more juice right now than the puts are losing. So yeah, you're starting to go up. But watch core weave. You're getting something. To rent NVIDIA servers. Yeah, so wait, their only clients were what's it called, right? Was NVIDIA. The puts aren't not dying as much, or it's an equal proportion, which isn't too crazy. Microsoft and NVIDIA, those are their only clients. So then now Google. So watch, again, we already got our 1,000%, but damn, a lot of contracts just came in. They just jacked up, though. Not too much, though, in a weird way, because I was just factoring you were going to have to market order that bitch. Yeah, bonds stop. After this, bonds are in their own little world today. Remember, they gapped up this morning by 1%. Man, what a day. And then Amazon's starting to climb up too. There's Core Weave. Core Weave, 25 minutes remaining. All right, banks are even going up a little bit. Wow. Market orders? I mean, I don't know if I'm the guy to ask, but I've fat-fingered pretty bad sometimes. So you could just get a really bad fill. All right. No word yet. Again, latest thing was that little Elon stuff, but you haven't heard anything. Let's see. Is there any live videos? Liberation Day. Tariffs. I think we just got the White House. So I might just play you guys the video of the White House. Are you guys okay watching the White House with me, or is that creepy? I'm excited. This is it, bro. This is the day. They either love us more or hate us more. It's either good or bad. And you're not going to find out today. Even the stock market reacts tomorrow. And now the market is up. You know what I'm saying? So now you have to be like, oh. You know, like, you got to think about that, bro. You got to think about that. Because what if it's even better? Or what if it goes all the way tomorrow? So, yeah. The 24-hour speech. Oh, you mean Cory Booker? Yeah, I got a text about it. One of them political texts. Because I'm a Democrat. That's why they texted me. But I thought you meant Trump. I was like, he's not talking. I can do it. I can do 24 hours. What we're going to do is 24 hours of tariffs. I'll spend 1 hour each on the dirty 15. And then we'll go 30 minutes at a time. Every nation that tariffs us, I'll go through the list, and we'll announce tariffs, Liberation Day. Offer accepted. Oh, another one. Let's go, baby. We're going in waves. Investment property funded by the long term. And the lessons from the channel, bro. I'm glad you did it. Way to execute. Let's go, man. And if anybody else, you want to get a crib, let's fucking do it. Game time. I love it, bro.
Horn. Good deal. No rush. Good deal, Habibi. Good deal. Horn. Good deal, Habibi. To the window. To the wall. To the tariffs on these countries. Look at core weave. It's weaving up the weave. I do that. That's what Joe said. Joe Rogan. He's bald. Josh has a bad hairline, but Joe's bald. I have a toupee, and that's okay. Thank you. I do the weave, core weave. At my core, I weave. Bobbin weave. Can't see. I'm like John Cena. You can't see me. You can't see me, but I'll tariff ya. Meta pairs losses. Yeah, the headline was lobbying. Yeah, CoreWeave moved the contract. You could have made money. You could have doubled up low key. I just didn't want it. Too much, man. I'm cool. See? I'm being content. I still made a couple of plays. I'm not going to lie, but I'm content. I'm good. I like what I'm holding. I might trim a little bit, but I generally got an idea. I think I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to hold something for sure, but we're also going to make some other moves. To the window, to the long term, to the long term, to the 10% I say. Okay, sorry. All these long-term plays. All long-term. Oh, long-term. Okay, I'm sorry. All right, I do need to go to the restroom, though. Where's my propaganda when I need it? I think that was a good one. That was a good remix. It was. I can't lie. All right, I don't got any. Yeah, Amazon premiums came back 500%. Yalla. Run it. Court on the low. Is that Cortiva? Corcept. High ticker is gassing. It's not no headline, no event. Like I said, if you watch any of the currencies, the major ones, that'll probably give you a signal on any sort of a rumor or like actionable info. But for now, you're kind of just moving, bro. Trump live? No. I have my White House up. All I see is the White House. Lamir. All right, I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Real Cult News on Twitter. And God bless America. I love you.
Canada and Mexico, for an example. Those economies are each about 1/10 the size of ours, and each is hugely dependent on trade with us. So the fact that they're 1/10 our size means $1 of trade penalty to them is 10 times as powerful as it is to us. That's a horrible, powerful ratio. And as a result, I don't think they can afford we go up, they go up, we go up, they go up. It would totally destroy their economies. I mean, here we're talking about the possibility of some sort of a mild recession. For these countries, you're talking about a serious depression if they really get cut off from the U.S. So I think its proportions are totally different. And you've seen that in the actual behavior of all of them. Last time when we put the steel and aluminum tariffs on, no country retaliated in total symmetry to us. They were all milder retaliations. What China has proposed so far is also a milder retaliation. And what EU and Canada and Mexico have been talking about also is very mild compared with what we're doing. That to me is the proof that they know they cannot afford a trade war. So they have to speak very bravely, especially in the beginning, for domestic political reasons. But when push comes to shove and they have to decide what are they
This guy might just be too old to lie to you.
do, I don't see this whole big wall of reprisals amounting to.
Dude, am I a boomer? Like, am I just an old dude?
Totally overblown.
Yeah, fucking.
We are seeing though.
Fucking. Of course they got it. Fucking
They're really worried.
Fucking kids.
In a way that wasn't
Dude,
there
I'm fucking old,
in the
man.
first term when you were in the cabinet.
They fucked up by putting him
Is
on.
there
He
a
too
Trump
old to
put
lie.
in the
like,
same
you know,
way
like
that we
Biden, they just
understood
told
it
him what to do.
be
This guy.
in the first
They genuinely
administration?
asked him, and he just like, yeah, fucking,
Well, the
fucking.
difference now
idiot.
is that Trump is much stronger. In the first administration,
They're like, man,
he didn't have
get your-
real
boy, you better
control
get
of
your
the
grandpa off
Republican
this,
Party.
Bloomberg.
He was
You know
not
that.
that popular with the general public, and he certainly
Elon
didn't have
tweet
very
on
good
Tesla?
control of the Congress.
Let me see.
Weaker.
17
Plus,
seconds ago,
there's
fake
another
news.
Important factor.
That's it. He
In
just
our
retweeted.
administration,
He retweeted
we
and said
were
fake
researching
news to
what are the
something
limits
saying that he
to
was leaving.
presidential power. And as you know, we use some arcane legislation.
Caroline
from
Levitt, the scoop is
1972
garbage.
and 76
And then he retweeted
other
Caroline Levitt and said,
unusual
yeah,
ones, and they were
fake news.
tested in the Supreme Court. Well, that took a lot of time. But now, with the IAPA and Trump knowing that he has the power to
No,
do
literally, that's that moment.
he hasn't
It's literally,
needed to
I'm
have
not fucking leaving!
a big long investigation.
That's it. Then he's like
before he
15
can
employees
impose
go, yeah.
And that has that series of factors
We're selling more
has given him
EVs,
strength
and we're
to
going to
use
be
tariffs for
even more
multiple purposes.
Republican.
Right, but if consumer confidence
Pick
and
up the
CEO
phone and
confidence
start
continues to roll
dialing.
over, if markets continue more volatility, is
found a
there
lot
the
of
lever
fraud.
where
You're
President
gonna
Trump will
keep
say,
finding
hold
fraud
on,
as fake
I got to
news.
back off, or no?
I'm not fucking leaving.
Well, I think what
I'm not
has
fucking leaving.
everybody
I'm not.
excited for the moment is the uncertainty as to just what will he do. And I think, quite frankly, the media have made so much out of it and put so many.
I love
gloom
Grandpa right now.
forecasts
I love
that
this
a lot
dude.
of people have gotten frightened, particularly people who don't really understand trade very well.
I like this dude.
So
Amen.
I believe that if he puts forward at 4 o'clock,
This is Wilbur Ross,
a
I'm pretty
sensible
sure.
sounding thing that average people can understand and that works.
Literally,
that people agree
he's
will
old,
achieve
but
the purposes.
he was a
I
former
think you'll see
trade
things
commerce
improve
secretary guy.
Because for businesses, the worst fear is the fear of the unknown.
Yeah.
And right now, it's mostly unknowns. In a few minutes, it's going to be knowns.
Yes, we hope so. But I am curious just on that point.
Bro,
I mean,
that
let's take the
straddle
media
is
out of it.
40
Let's
to
say the media
20.
went dark
So you
tomorrow.
got another 20% on the
Automakers have already
straddle.
said prices are going to have
If you
to
want
go
to
up
take
should
it.
these tariffs
That
actually
was a good
take
double dip.
full effect here. So if you're a consumer and you walk onto the lot and you see the car you were looking at last month was 40 grand and now it's,
Mexico
45 or 50
popping.
grand here, you don't need the media.
Not
to
the
scare you.
currency, but the
That's
index.
scary,
EWW.
Well, let's see what they
Lagarde,
actually
New
do.
Era.
There was the same talk.
Elon,
when
I
we
just,
did the
I don't know. I
sale
think that
aluminum
news was just dumb.
last time.
Even the rumor,
Remember, I
even
had
though he
to
made
go
money
on
off of
TV
it,
with the
I just think
cable
everybody was
soup can
tripping.
We all remember.
He's leaving in May.
penny's
I tweeted
worth
this like
of
2 weeks
difference.
ago.
So
Because I
what
was
are
like,
they
no way,
talking
he's on a
about?
100-day
It's gonna
contract.
ruin
And everybody
the
just,
sale of
again, they
soup
took the
cans.
same story
There's an
and then
awful
just
lot of
reiterated it
posturing
in a weird way, and then it caused the
companies
weird
put
reaction.
on in
Sadly.
anticipation
Core weave
of
moving up
trying to
again.
modify
All right, man, you're almost at
Trump's
10-minute rig.
So let's see what he actually
Get
does.
ready, baby.
And let's see what the real world reaction is.
Liberation
Until we
Day.
do, all this is just theory.
We're on the way, baby.
Well, it was good to get your theory on this, Secretary. We'd love to get you back as we kind of get more data and see the actual impact of the economy as well. Wilbur Ross, former U.S. Secretary of Commerce, thank you very much. All right, let's turn back to the markets here. I mean, yeah, you got to rally, but you got to wonder the conviction behind it. You got the NASDAQ up by about 1 percentage point, surprisingly enough, as we head into tariffs about 12 minutes away. I want to bring in Natalia Knežević, Bloomberg's U.S. equity reporter. She follows all the flows and the fund flows and where, like, the CTAs, where the volatility funds are all going. What's the band that your sources are looking at right now for what we get at 4 o'clock?
Yeah, so it's interesting that trading desks, in many cases, they disagree with each other, but this time time around, it looks like a consensus, which is there is more risk to the downside. It's a math game for many of them.
No, put on Wilbur Ross, bro.
Here is that
I hope you heard that.
biggest,
I ain't even going to
concern
tell you
is
I
that
told you so
tariff
or
announcement
anything.
can be
I'm going to
open-ended.
just let old
Yes,
man
on the positive
fucking
side, it creates room
Wilbur.
for
His name's
negotiation,
Wilbur.
but the
I'll
market
let him
creates
speak again.
uncertainty. And there are different expectations.
Wilbur
For
no
example, Bank of America trading desk
That's
is
it, bro.
saying
I'm
that
getting
the
hyped.
S&P 500 can break below
I hope you're ready, you guys. We're 10 minutes away.
The most
One more
bearish
minute
call
till
I
10-minute rig.
was,
You better make
from
up your
UBS
damn
trading
mind,
desk.
bro.
Michael Romano is saying that if we do have 20% tariff announcement, the S&P 500 can go below 5,400. You guys just spoke about the Trump
Ooh.
put. One trading desk said that this Trump put exists below 5,000 level. Yes, for the S&P 500. So a lot of we do see this
You
rebound,
love the
but
accent?
You have to
Well,
be very
listen.
careful how you.
If you mean it out of genuine appreciation, that's dope. If you mean it sexually, I'm going to ban you. Okay? It's fucking Liberation Day. This is New Issue Day.
Traders are expecting
I'm not
a swing
living
of 2 to 3%.
on New Issue Day, on Liberation Day. You really want to make joke on Liberation Day? I'm Elon Musk.
Have they moved
That's
in
all
certain
for
pockets of the market in anticipation
You have
of
the
what we
mind,
learned at
the
4
woke
p.m.?
mind virus.
Right, and since you mentioned
think you
volatility,
have
we
the
do
woke
see
mind
something
virus.
relatively
And I'm gonna
unusual because
fed
short-term
humanity.
volatility is
And
now
we're
much
going
higher
to
versus long-term
on
volatility.
liberated time.
When it comes to positioning, of
Okay.
course, trading desks
Cut.
work hard to
Yeah.
create those baskets of stocks.
Look at that. Look at the
Goldman
market.
is
You better
saying
find out
yes,
10-minute
you should
rank.
buy or go long
Yeah.
or short on tariff-sensitive baskets. One
I do that
unusual
on Liberation
trade I
Day.
found,
Really,
go
on
short on
Liberation Day.
healthcare companies
I'm gonna play my video, okay.
with exposure to Ireland
Liberation.
because this country has big exposure to pharmaceutical production. Of course, go short on automakers, excluding Tesla, by the way. So lots of
I haven't
specific
heard
pockets
that.
of the
This is
market,
a
but
weird
options
segment.
trade is also a very big one.
Ocean's
and
11
one
for
trading
sure,
desk
and
also said
have
if
your
it's time to
futures
buy
ready.
options, this time
But
is
be
now.
careful. You'll get
and
scammed on the
I created
futures
my
if
basket
it's
of,
not
tariff
clear.
stocks. I was looking at them today.
That's
A lot
the
of
other
them
part
are
about
today.
this. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I did. A lot of them are up
100%.
today on the green, but
I haven't heard shit, man. I don't even know how long it's going to take him to even get here.
To talk about these reciprocal tariffs. I mean, most of them are down significantly. We're talking about 10, 20, 30%, particularly in autos, particularly in the agriculture space as well. Natalia Konishevich, Bloomberg U.S. equities reporter, helping to break down some of the expectations for what trading desks are bracing for later this afternoon. Julie Beal, also in the mix, she's chief market strategist over at Kane Anderson Rudnick, and she joins us right now as we count you down to the closing bells, just about 10 minutes away. And Julie, I am curious as to what you actually find attractive in this market, because whether we're talking about tariffs and the economy.
America, baby. Mr. Garcia as well. All right. Well, you had the Musk tweet. USDA freezes funds for main educational programs over state refusal to ban transgender women from sports. And then U.S. Senate vote protesting Trump tariff move draws some Republican support. You got some ECB Lagarde headlines. You rallied. Your straddle has money. Take that or hold it. Because like I'm telling you, man, you got 8 minutes, and this is it, bro. This is it. You got to finalize it all and decide. Are you going to hold shit? Are you going to sell shit? What are you risking for the biscuit tomorrow? That is what you got to decide. What is that noise? Oh, shit. That's the event. Oh, dude. Oh. Oh, we're live. That's it. Liberation Day. Oh, no. We're closer, baby. Lock in. Yup. And then CoreWeave did the 3-hour hold rip, might I add. So, yeah, that's breaking out about data high.
Last audio checks for press.
This is it, bro.
1 2 1 2.
All right, they're doing mic
Audio
checks
check,
for
1 2.
press.
Main,
Wow.
you all good? Ron, you all good in the back? Check
Oh,
1
yeah.
2. Hey, hey. Audio check 1 2. Thumbs up from Main. Cuts.
I think Powell will be
Rise, you all good?
performing.
Check 1 2.
He's not
Audio
going to
check,
say
1 2.
anything about monetary
1 2 3
policy,
4.
but he
Check
might
1 2
come
3
out
4.
and rip a guitar set, maybe. I don't know.
Darren, you all good over there? Check.
That's
Okay,
it.
thank
And then
you.
Scott Bessent is going to come out and be like, Mustard! Yes, I like that. Play that. This is my favorite song. Growing up as a kid, I'd play this
This is how I woke up. I woke up American and fell asleep to this. That's why today we will tariff anybody that doesn't wake up American. That's a choice. It's a choice. You wake up American. How do you do that, you say? You play this. You wake up. And this is what you listen to first thing. God bless you, Chad. God bless you. Premiums are ripping now. Bro, every play, premiums are jacking up. Straight up just IV, bro. Literally, everything is just lifting up right now. So my hype is translating to the market. Ooh. Smooth fucking jazz after that? All right, man. I don't want to get copyrighted. All right, man. Good luck. Good luck. This is it, boys and gals. So, yeah, bonds, everything broke today, but now a lot of things are either coming back to their original prices or other premiums are starting to lift. So, make up your mind, my friends, but this is going to be big. This is going to be big. Some plays will be cheaper tomorrow. I wish I could tell you all of them will be, but I will tell you this. That's not an easy question. Final five, and what do I mean by that is what I've been trying to say for the last hour here, is that we have the non-farms on Friday, and that is going to really mess with the premiums and volatility. But even then, this is a big event. Like I'm telling you now, look at the market. We're running. These are your final plays, but like you're literally watching a lot of things starting to just move off of straight up uncertainty. So I would finalize them. Good luck to everybody. I wish you a good time. I kind of want to take the straddle. That's it. We either hold or sell. My goodness. My goodness. What's the date tomorrow? Damn, we only got 3 minutes, bro. That's it. We got to finalize. We got to finalize. Okay. All right, I'm finalized. I made one final play. I would get rid of the Boeing if you need it, because that one's at break even or not. So if you want to reduce risk, you take that off the table, and anything else I'm holding. So that's it. Balance out everything you need. I'm gonna scream at you one more time here in a little bit. So lower your speakers. What's going on with Bitcoin? I've seen Bitcoin a lot in the chat. Well, that's it, boys. That's it. Tomorrow and Friday. Bitcoin just rocketed. So let's see. They're still just playing music. So good luck, man. And then let's see where this takes us. Well, this is going to be wild. That's it, man. So Chattadonia, wrap it up. There's some tempting plays, though. Like taking profits could be tempting, or this is it. So, and then Core Weave, man, that one kept breaking out. So watch out for that. You're back near the highs. Premiums are there. Bonds are chilling. Speak now or forever hold your peace, Chattadonia. Do you know why? Because
Hold on. I'm a little too early. But yeah, just want to get it. That's it. They're playing. Oh, man. Is there anything else actually? Hold on. I just bought. Fuck. 1 minute! Dude, I don't want to. Bradley Frizzle. Where's Bradley? I kind of want to sell the Boeing just to be smart. I really like the play, but I wouldn't mind reducing it, and then everything else I like. That was it. I should have sold it when it was up 30%. Oh, well, Chatadonia. Time to wrap it up. Bring it home and finalize your place. I love you. I wish you the best of luck. But that's it, man. Any decisions, you're fine. That's it. Whatever gets announced today, between now and the morning, you'll have futures for a little bit. But remember, futures will close too. So, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Oh no, let's go. Oh, Chatadonia. We did it, we made it, baby. 7 hours in the books. And you made it through the quarter to make it to this moment, bro. Liberation Day. We're going to be here live for the event. But let's see what happens, baby. Drop that GG. Most of you are unbanned, so you have no excuse. Unless you're not a member. But still, I understand. I love you, baby. God bless you. And good game. That's what I'm talking about. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. There was a lot to learn. A lot of clues. A lot of plays. You got a lot up there, baby. So God bless you. Thank you for not getting banned, for real. Thank you for adding thrust and lift and not drag. You know what I'm saying? Oh, bro, you are with the flow. Not again. You vibe, dog. The arguments happen naturally, not manufactured. The plays stay dog term. The balances were balanced. You know what I'm saying, bro? Good game, bro. I appreciate you. I see you too, Twitch. I didn't mean that comment about neglecting you. I love you. I mean it, man. I love you. Serious. You just do bad every time I tell you I love you. Good game. Nah, for real. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Oh, I like this song. Core Weave. Newsmax plunges 77%.
Got blast like Nancy, tips like Ramsey.
All right, Chad. I love you. That is the day. If you got to get going, you got to get going. But if you're staying for the tariff event, I mean, I think this is the place to be, my friend. So welcome. Welcome. I'm going to let this one ride, and then we'll see where we're at.
They some sheep, but that don't make your ass a lion. Think it's sheep, but they don't know what
Take some sheep, but that don't make your ass a lion. Wow.
Bitch, I slept on. I ain't overrated. Got a lot of cribs, but I don't got a lot of payments. A lot of wishes, making shit look like inaugurations. Motherfucking selfish, how I list my occupation. Yeah, I thought this stupid shit was working. A lot of shit was moving, I ain't nervous. Bruh, it was like me before I learned it. Taught about investing with a Birkin. Why? Cray like Kramer, coins like Sailor. Take you to the gym, I could probably be a trainer. Waiter, let me buy a drink for all the haters. Made that shit a double if they asked me for a favor. I don't want no trouble, so I gave it to the savior. Money out these bubbles like I was a toy maker. Word was always firm, but I never paid later. Young enough to learn, but that long-term agent. Face it, y'all could probably do a little
got something for you.
Those are the requirements.
I'm gonna shock all of you. You'll be ready for this. Watch. Watch, bro. Let's go, baby. Colin, Lyle, Rick. I love you all, baby. Let's get it, man. Good luck. I can't wait. This is crazy. Got a lot that I can still teach. Oh, man. I don't even know what he said, but here's the deal. Because you guys are like, the SPY, there might be Ocean's 11, so you could trade S&P options up to 15 minutes after the bell, right? And then you guys are like, oh, futures, right? So hear me out. I have a weird feeling he's not even going to walk out till the futures close. Because y'all know the futures close, right?
they still close for like an hour or two. Yeah. I think he wants everything closed. Yeah. Uh-huh. That's why I didn't get my expectations too high. I just made all my decisions based on Friday. That's it. Like I kept telling you, non-farms. That's all I'm thinking about. But yeah. So they close at 5 p.m. Yeah, he might wait an hour. I'll wait an hour. I don't care. I'll do leg day later. That's it. The longer we wait, the less likely we have a watch list. But I think this is more important. This is it, bro. We waited from inauguration before. Like I was telling you, man, the uncertainty, the factors involved. We don't even know the on-ramps, the off-ramp, the exemptions. So this is the live, this is the Rose, again, this is the event. This is kind of like the Joe Biden inflation event in a weird way. But this time it's for tariffs. They just keep playing this awesome, smooth jazz. But that's it. But yeah, how can you go to the event? You think there's a 3-second delay? I think you might be too late to go into the event. I don't think they're going to let the stock trader you say in, because you've tweeted me some wild shit, homeboy. I think you're on a watch list for sure. Yeah, not letting you into the Rose Garden. But other than that, I think that 3-second delay, you'll be fine. Most markets will be closed, I think. I'm on that list too, probably. No, make no mistake. All right, man. Well, good luck, bro. This is it. This is literally it. This is the event. We'll have the futures up and everything else. But if you didn't go over the watch list, we talked about all of it. I mean, like I'm telling you, my latest update right now is that I think that we might be here for a while. So you guys better lock in right now and make up your mind because, yeah, I'm telling you, it's wild. How do you access the watch list? For only a limited time. It's for a limited time only. It's available for the public for free. So it's not usually like that. I charge well over $1,000 a month for the watch list for my premium service called the Watchlist, where I put all my info and literally a morning preparation and everything. Oh, wait, hold on.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Oh, shit. Oh, we're live. But like I said, if you just go to the channel, go to this channel today for a limited time only, click live, and then you'll see, it'll say the watch list. So for a limited time only though, but you better go now. But I'm here live now to explain this, so we'll see. I love this song, but they will copyright me for it. I know, yeah, they will. I don't, the melody. I got you. I got you. We make do with what we have. Oh, thank you, my friends.
Thank you very much.
Thank you even more, Lyle.
Nice.
Lyle.
What a good-looking group.
Wow, Lyle, last on the narrow. Good-looking
good
guy.
news today, and a lot of good things are happening for our country. Please sit down.
Shit. Oh, fuck.
My fellow Americans,
down,
this
bitch.
is Liberation Day.
Options are still
Waited for a
open.
long time.
You better have a spy up right now.
April 2nd, 2025 will forever be remembered as the day American industry was reborn, the day America's destiny was reclaimed, and the day that we began to make America wealthy again. We're going to make it wealthy, good and wealthy. For decades, our country has been looted, pillaged, raped, and plundered by nations.
Futures
near
are
and
just
far,
getting
both
worked for no reason.
Friend and foe alike. American steel workers, auto workers, farmers, and skilled craftsmen. We have a lot of them here with us today. They really suffered gravely. They watched in anguish. Foreign leaders have stolen our jobs. Foreign cheaters have ransacked our factories.
I'll get you a faster feed by a little bit.
Foreign scavengers have torn apart our once beautiful American dream. We had an American dream that you don't hear so much about. You did 4 years ago.
Restoration, bad earnings.
You don't too often, and for many years and decades even, you didn't hear too much about. Our country and its taxpayers have been ripped off for more than 50 years. but it is not going to happen anymore. It's not going to happen. In a few moments, I will sign a historic executive order instituting reciprocal tariffs on countries throughout the world. Reciprocal. That means they do it to us and we do it to them. Very simple. Can't get any simpler than that. This is one of the most important days, in my opinion, in American history. It's our declaration of economic independence. For years, hardworking American citizens were forced to sit on the sidelines.
Nothing has came out yet. No
other
details.
Nations got rich and powerful.
I'll tell you, I'm gonna scream at you.
Much of it at our
I get
expense.
your plays ready. Options
But now
close
it's
in
our
6
turn
minutes.
To prosper,
Then
and
futures.
in so doing, use trillions
Premiums are
and
jacked
trillions
still.
of dollars to reduce our taxes and pay down our national debt, and it'll all happen very quickly. With today's action, we are finally going to be able to make America great again, greater than ever
Oh, dude, look at
before.
TLT. Oh, I'm an idiot. Bro, TLT for oceans. Keep that up, too.
Jobs and factories will come roaring back into our country, and you see it happening already. We will supercharge our domestic industrial base. We will pry open foreign markets and break down foreign trade barriers. And ultimately, more production at home will mean stronger competition and lower prices for consumers. This will be indeed the golden age of America. It's coming back, and we're going to come back very strongly. We're pleased to be joined on this momentous occasion by Vice President J.D. Vance. J.D., thank you.
J.D.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Where are you, J.D.? No, that wasn't too hard to find. I was looking, you know, he likes to take a low-key attitude, so it'd usually be sitting right in front. He's gaining a lot of confidence, Mike, isn't he? And nearly my entire cabinet is here, as well as Speaker Mike Johnson, who's done an amazing job. And with the great success we had last night in Florida, we have a majority of 7, and 7's like a lot when we had it at 1, right? You've done a fantastic job, and many of the members of the House and Senate are with us. Senators, congressmen, thank you all for being with us. We appreciate it. For decades, the United States slashed our trade barriers on other countries, while those nations placed massive tariffs on our products.
Canada's getting clapped right now.
Non-monetary barriers to decimate our industries, and in many cases, the non-monetary barriers were worse than the monetary ones.
Okay, that's the VAT and all
They
that.
manipulated their currencies, subsidized their exports.
Dude, it's just moving on
stole
him
our
talking,
intellectual
referencing
property,
anything towards it.
imposed exorbitant VAT taxes to disadvantage our products, adopted unfair rules and technical standards, and created filthy pollution havens.
Yeah,
And
bro,
were
currencies are just
absolutely
moving
filthy,
on
but they
talking about it.
always came to us and they said, we're violating, we should pay for it.
Options close in
It's
3
all
minutes.
detailed in a very big report by the U.S. Trade Representative on foreign trade barriers, and I'll just hold it up for you. It's available, and you don't have to pay too much. As I understand it, you'll pay nothing. It's a lot of work for something, actually, because it's a special book. It's very, frankly, it's very upsetting when you read it, when you see what people have been doing to us for 30 years. This all happened with no response from the United States of America, none whatsoever. But those days are over. Let me offer just a few examples of the vicious attacks our workers have faced for so many years. The United States charges other countries only a 2.4 tariff on motorcycles. Meanwhile, Thailand and others are charging much higher prices, like 60%. India charges 70%. Vietnam charges 75%, and others are even higher than that. Likewise, until today, the United States has for decades charged a 2.5 tariff. Think of that, 2.5%. On foreign-made automobiles. The European Union
Whoa. So
charges
here,
us more than
10% across the board.
10% tariffs.
Yep.
And they have
Easy,
20%
bullish.
VATs,
That's it.
much higher. India
That's
charges
first part, though.
70%,
Hold on.
perhaps.
First
Worst
part
of
is
all are
bullish.
the non-monetary restrictions imposed by South Korea, Japan, and very many other nations as a result of these colossal trade barriers. 81% of the cars in South Korea are made in South Korea. 94% of the cars in Japan are made in Japan. Toyota sells 1 million foreign-made automobiles into the United States, and General Motors sells almost none.
I bought some. I
Ford
bought
sells
cars
very
for
little.
calls
None of
for
our
tomorrow on
companies
that.
Are allowed to go into other countries.
I'm gonna
And
just
I
try to
say
get
that
those
friend
flipped
and
by the
foe.
morning. But
And in many
first sign
cases,
is
the friend
bullish.
is
I'm
worse
gonna
than
try
the
to flip
foe
them.
in terms of
I got
trade.
one more minute. They already
But
doubled.
such horrendous imbalances have devastated our industrial base and put our national security at risk. I don't blame
Oh,
these
fuck.
other countries at all.
I didn't
for
sell
this
it fast
calamity.
enough.
I blame former presidents.
It just
and
went up
past
100.
leaders
Okay,
who
now
weren't
it's coming
doing their
back.
job. They let
Yeah,
it
they already went up
happen,
100%.
and they let it happen to an extent that nobody can even believe.
We got
That's
one more
why,
minute.
Effective at midnight, we will impose a 25% tariff on all foreign-made automobiles.
Okay, you already know autos. You already know that one. Bro, he said 10% universal. That's pretty much it. The combination.
Brian, I'd like to have you
like
come
I
up
said, that's the first part. We're going to get more
I just see
details,
him
but
sitting. He's been a
like I
fan
told
of
you
ours.
yesterday, 10%, that's the low
And
end.
he understands this
So that
business
already
a
is
lot
very
better than
light,
the
but wait till he
economists,
starts
a lot
talking
better than
individual.
anybody. Brian,
He's
thank
going to
you.
go hard on the other guys probably.
Thank you. It's a great honor to have you. Thanks.
Oh,
Thank you,
shit,
Mr. President. I
Okay.
grew up just north of Detroit,
Options
Michigan,
closed,
in
I
Macomb
think.
County, known as the home of the Reagan Democrats.
Some
My
of 'em are
first
still
vote for
trading.
president was
Nope,
for
you're
Ronald
done.
Reagan. I thought that was going
All
to be
right.
the best president I ever saw in my lifetime until
well,
Donald
there you
J.
go.
Trump came along.
Oh, I should have sold the other puts.
I have watched my entire life. I have watched plant after plant after plant in Detroit and in the metro.
Oh, if that's
Detroit
it, that's
area
the best thing ever.
close. There are now plants.
So again, I'm sorry, I don't mean to disrespect Homeboy in his message, but for now, 10% tariffs. Again, you were listen, look at China now. That means even China's not even that bad, but this one wasn't that bad, bro. This was not that bad for now. Like I was telling you on the watch list, people were bracing for the worst ever impact. You know what I'm saying? So now we're talking 10%. He is still, in my opinion, he's going to talk about everybody else still. And we're going to get the reciprocals, the sectorals. We're going to find out the on-ramps and all of that. Exactly. Venezuela oil, China. But for now, this is initially bullish. Hence your reaction automatically. You should be prepared. I was able to snake calls right there.
Too. And, we won the state of Michigan. We won almost all of them. But we won Michigan by a lot, and I want to just thank you all. The auto workers were fantastic. The Teamsters were fantastic. Everyone was pretty good, I will tell you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. You're going to be very happy very soon, and you probably see what's happening
Bro,
with
that
all of
straddle closed
not
up
only car
100%.
companies, but car companies
You're going to be
in
golden.
particular.
Any
You
of
see
our
it with,
plays, yeah. Amazon, bro, we just, you hit big, bro.
Day in, day out, we're seeing it.
Take your
Nobody's ever
girl
seen
out to
anything
steak,
like that.
bro.
With today's
I
actions,
told you.
We're also standing up for our great farmers and ranchers.
I had way
who
more.
are
That's why I said we
brutalized
bought a
by
couple of
nations all
downside
over the world,
because we had some of the puts, or the way more calls. But yeah, you're fine.
Canada, by the way, imposes a 250 to 300% tariff on many of our dairy products. They do the first can of milk. They do the first little carton of milk at a very low price, but after that it gets bad, and then it gets up to 275, 300%.
God bless
so
you,
when they're
baby.
figuring
You
what's
better
Canada
make it to a
charging,
long
they say,
term.
"Oh,
Enjoy
about
this
2%,
shit while it lasts,
3%."
but don't be
Take
a
look
dummy.
at what happens down the road.
Don't be
when
a
you look
dummy.
little bit, it's not a pretty picture, and we don't like
I'm
it.
glad
and
we
it's
held
not
the
fair.
Boeings
It's
too
not
now.
fair to our farmers. It's not fair to our country.
This might be better than a clearing event.
Countries like Canada, we.
That's what I'm saying.
subsidize
We
a lot
still
of
got to watch the
countries,
other
keep them
factors, but
going and keep them in business. In
if
the
he don't
case
hit
of
them
Mexico,
hard,
it's
and if China
$300
gets off clean,
billion a
and
year.
it's
In
not
the case of
complicated,
Canada,
this
it's
is
close to
easy.
$200 billion
Which I'm
a year.
surprised, but not
And I
really.
say,
But
why
I
are we
am,
doing
but
this?
not
Why are we
really.
doing this?
So
I
we'll
mean,
see.
at what
But
point do we say,
clearing event is if we end
you
up
gotta
kind of neutral,
work
but
for
then
yourselves, and you
eliminate
gotta-
all
this
this
is why we
hype.
have the big deficits. This is why we have that amount of debt that's been placed on our heads over the last number of years, and we're really not taking it anymore. Through non-tariff barriers, the European Union bans imports of most American poultry. You understand? They say we want to send you our
Even
cars, we wanna
Carvana,
send you
all
everything, but
the
we're not
every
gonna take
hype
anything
plays
that
like literally
you have. Australia
your boy
bans,
Russell and
they're
shit like that.
Wonderful people and wonderful everything, but they ban American beef. Yet we imported $3 billion of Australian beef from them just last year alone. They won't take any of our beef. They don't want it because.
Okay, you're coming down a little. It's only 1.5%.
You know what? I don't blame them. But
he's
we're doing
ranting,
the same
but
thing right now, starting about midnight tonight, I would say.
I can't believe that.
And China charges American
Okay, wait
rice
for the
farmers
pullback.
an overquota, it's called, a tariff rate of 65%. South Korea charges 50.
So Canadian tariff on dairy.
50% to 500.
I think that's a little new.
And Japan.
I think people have talked
our
about
friend,
that.
Charges us 700%, but that's because they don't want us selling rice and other thing. Who can blame
bonds.
them, Madam Secretary?
That's
Agriculture, great job
Watch
you did on
TLT.
eggs, by the way. The egg prices came down 50%.
No,
We got them down
EU
50%
imports
once we got involved.
on
They were
food,
going
poultry.
through the sky, the egg prices, they were going through the sky, and you did a fantastic job. Now we have lots of eggs, and they're much cheaper, down about 59%
Well, this isn't done.
now.
And just again,
they're
if
going
China
down
gets off
further.
the hook, wait till China opens,
We charge
and then you wait for our gap up.
8% for so many things that other countries are charging 200%, 300%, then 400% for. If imposing tariffs and protective barriers made nations poor, then every country on earth would be racing to eliminate these policies, and China would be the first online. They run
SPX
a
options still
very
open? Do
strong
they stay till
country.
4:30? But be careful,
they're
SPX
not
options,
first in
they
line,
settle
and
a little
the American
different.
people are paying a very big price. From 1789 to 1913, we were a tariff-backed nation, and the United States was proportionately the wealthiest it has ever been. So wealthy, in fact, that in the 1880s, they established a commission to decide what they were going to do with the vast sums of money they were collecting. We were collecting so much money so fast, we didn't know what to do with it. Isn't that a nice problem to have? What do you think, Marco? Good problem? Marco would love that problem.
Your energy, love it.
But we don't have that problem anymore, but we're not going to have it very much longer, I will tell you. But they collected so much money, they actually formed a commission to determine what they were going to do with the money, who they were going to give it to, and how much. Then in 1913,
Nah,
for
if this is
reasons
really going to
unknown
be
to
good,
mankind,
stocks
they
and
established
bonds
the
are going to
income
go in the
tax so
same
that
direction.
Citizens, rather than foreign countries,
Think about
would
that.
start paying the money necessary to run our government. Then in 1929, it all came to a very abrupt end with the Great Depression, and it would have never happened if they had stayed with the tariff policy. It would have been a much different story. They tried to bring back tariffs to save our country, but it was gone. It was gone. It was too late. Nothing could have been done. It took years and years to get out of that depression, far longer than even FDR had that office right over there for a long period of time. The ramp system, that's
No, I mean both.
intricate,
So,
was built
or I
because
guess,
of
yeah, yields
him,
down,
and every
stocks
time
up.
you walk up, you think
But
of him, and
TLT
he
up,
did
stocks
a
up,
great
or
job in
TLT
many
down,
ways, but
stocks
it
down.
lasted long beyond his terms, as you know. But it's not too late any longer, and we're going to start being smart, and we're going to start being very wealthy again. We're going to be wealthy as a country because they've taken so much of our wealth away from us. We're not going to let that happen. We truly can be very wealthy. We can be so much wealthier than any country. It's not even believable, but we're getting smart. Nearly a century later, in the face of unrelenting economic warfare, the United States can no longer continue with a policy of unilateral economic surrender. We
Economics.
cannot pay the deficits of Canada, Mexico, and so many other countries. We used to do it. We can't do it anymore. We take care of countries all over the world. We pay for their military. We pay for everything they have to pay. And then when you want to cut back a little bit, they get upset that you're not taking care of them any longer. But we have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first. And I'm sorry to say that.
Jake.
And today we're standing up for the American worker, and we are finally putting America first. In sleepy Joe Biden's
Nothing
last
else.
year in
A
office,
couple
the
people are
United
talking. They're
States
saying less than
hemorrhaged
feared.
100,000
So people, that's already
manufacturing jobs,
circulating
and
a
the
little,
number was
but
going
this isn't over.
through the roof at levels never seen before. And our
But
trade
first
deficit
step is
reached a
generally
record
this isn't
$1.2
bad at all.
trillion,
But we're waiting.
which is unheard of. Since the beginning of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, it was a horror show. I was able to terminate it. They all said you'd never be able to get it out. We had to get approval from Congress to get it terminated. We had to live with that deal. It was the worst deal, worst trade deal ever made by far. But since the very beginning of NAFTA, our country lost 90,000
Well, that's the
factories.
thing.
Think of what that
If-
is.
don't forget,
90,000.
there's still Friday.
Think about putting a map up. And
So even if
putting
it's really
tax
good,
on-
if
you wouldn't
people
have
want
enough
to
room.
be
90,000.
worried
I said,
and not let it
possible?
run,
We
they're
had to
just going to
check
say,
4
well,
different
Friday.
times,
And then
it
the
was
market's
actually
going to go into
somewhat
waiting
higher
mode
than that.
for Friday.
And 5 million manufacturing jobs were lost while racking up trade deficits of $19 trillion. That was the worst trade deal ever made. As a result of these gigantic losses,
see, this
foreign
isn't
nations
done. This
now
could get
own
worse or
$26
better.
trillion more of American
All we
assets
know
than
is the
American-
baseline. We still,
Think of
he
this,
hasn't
than
said
the
anything
Americans
about
own of their
sectorals.
own foreign
No
assets
pharma, no
or other
lumber.
foreign assets. The United
China,
States
really, we
can
don't
no
know
longer
shit.
produce enough antibiotics to treat our sick.
See, this is
We
farm
have a tremendous
antibiotics.
problem. We have to go to foreign countries to treat our sick. If anything ever happened from a war standpoint, we wouldn't be able to do it. We import virtually all of our computers, phones, televisions, and electronics. We used to dominate the field, and now we import it all from different countries. A single shipyard in China
GM's
now
tweaking.
produces more ships every year than all of the American shipyards combined. Think of that. And it was a business that we used to dominate. We used to dominate it totally. In short, chronic trade
this
deficits are no
relates to
longer
China,
merely
the
an
shipbuilding
economic
stuff,
problem.
too.
They're a national emergency that
And
threatens
EU.
our security and our
So he's
very way
touching
of
the
life. It's a
topics,
very
but
great
again, we've
threat
heard
to
all
our
of this
country.
stuff.
And for these reasons, starting
Again, that's why the
tomorrow,
10%
United
thing is
States will
good, but
implement reciprocal tariffs
gotta
on
see.
other nations. It's been a long time since we
Oh?
even thought of that. We used to think about it a lot. We didn't think about it for many decades. And you
Look,
see
bonds
what's
are moving
happened.
in SPY tweaking,
For
but
nations that treat us badly, we will calculate the combined rate of
Here.
all their tariffs, non-monetary barriers, and other forms of cheating. And
So
because
VAT.
we are being very kind, we're kind people, very kind. You're not so kind when you
That's
get
it?
ripped off. with
Hold
your
on.
Salaries, my auto worker friends.
oh,
and
I think even VAT
Teamster
is
friends
included.
And all of the unions that typically voted Democrat, they're not voting Democrat anymore because worker, whether union or non-worker, they're for the Republicans
So
now.
just total
That's
including
what happened.
non-monetary barriers.
But we will charge them approximately half of what they are and have been charging
Half.
us. So the tariffs will be not
So,
a full
that's not-
reciprocal. I could have done that.
Damn.
Yes, but it would have
So he's
been
going to charge
tough
them
for a lot
half.
of
So
countries
whatever
who
they're
didn't
going to
wanna do that.
calculate,
I'd
that's
like
the
to see chart
calculation.
if you have it.
I think that's a little bit better too. But some people might get hit
great
harder off of that.
Secretary of
That's why I
Commerce,
think the market's
Howard
kind of tweaking
Lutnick.
a little bit. That's kind of complicated. That one's not as
So,
easy. Okay,
look
they
at
have a
that.
chart. Okay,
China,
yeah. I was going to say
China,
that's not as easy. Hold on.
67%. That's tariffs charged to the USA, including currency manipulation and trade barriers.
Oh.
So 67%.
Yeah,
I think you can,
China's
for the
fucked.
Most part, see it. Those with good eyes.
That's
with
not
bad
good
eyes.
then.
We
No,
didn't
no,
wanna
no, no,
bring-
no. I
it's
think
very
that's gonna
windy out
fuck
here. We
China.
didn't want to bring out the big charts because it
Yeah,
has no
China's
chance
about to
stand.
go bearish now. Nah, that just got
Come on,
bad
do
for
with the
China.
smaller chart. So
Ooh.
67%. So,
So
we're gonna
that's
be
the bad
charging
part about
a
that one.
discounted reciprocal
Yeah,
tariff of
no, dude, that's
34%.
because
I think-
literally now.
In other words,
Hold
they
on with
charge
the
us,
SPY
we
though,
charge them, we charge them less, so
because
how can anybody
that's just
be
the only
upset?
one. China is the
They
real
will be,
loser
because
out of
we never
that.
charge anybody anything.
That's-
now we're going to charge.
So now they're including currency.
European Union, they're very tough.
Yeah,
very, very tough
EU
traders.
too.
You know, you think of European Union.
That's
very
it. Bullish for
friendly, they
Mexico.
rip
Yo,
us off.
bullish for Mexico and Canada.
It's so pathetic.
Bro, look at Mexico and Canada. You can't
39%,
even see
We're
it.
going to charge them 20%, so we're charging them essentially half.
Yes.
Vietnam, great negotiators, great people. They like me, I like them. The problem
So
is they
20%
charge us
on
90%.
EU. That's
We're gonna charge
decent.
them 46%
But China's
tariff.
fucked at 34.
Taiwan, where they
I think
grip all
Japan
of
got
our
hooked up.
computer
Japan
chips
is
and
getting good.
semiconductors. We used to be the king, right? We were everything. We had all of it.
Okay, now
we have
you're
almost
you're
none
getting
of it,
clapped,
except
but
the
I think
biggest
this is
companies
just all the
coming in. They're
Asian
gonna have-
equities
we're
a
gonna
little
end up with
bit,
almost
and then
40%
the
Lee Zeldin's
European
working
ones
to get their
too.
approvals. And,
So
it's an
hold on, wait
amazing
till the
company.
bonds go
Mr.
full
Wei
vertical.
Of one of the great companies
26
of the world,
on
actually,
India.
coming in from Taiwan, and they're going to build one of the biggest plants in the world, maybe the biggest for that. But 64%, we're going to charge them 32%. Japan.
All right, 25 on
very,
South
very
Korea.
tough,
No, Japan's
great
getting
people.
hooked up.
And again,
Okay,
I don't
now
blame the people for
now we
doing
just
it.
lost on those
I
extra
think they're very
calls.
smart in doing it.
And
I
now
blame
I'm
the
glad I
people
have
that
those
sat right in
puts
that Oval
in
Office,
the
right over
UVXY.
there.
But we're
Right
gonna
behind
lose
the
a little bit on
Resolute desk or whichever desk they chose.
Yeah, bro, now the QQQ
Japan,
straddle.
46%. They would
This
charge
is
us
why we have this
46%,
straddle. No,
and
bro.
much higher
I
for
think
certain
what's going to
items
happen
like
is
cars,
China's going to get
little
fucked
items
tomorrow.
like cars.
And then the
46%,
non-European,
we're charging them
dude, Canada and
24%.
Mexico should love this,
India,
though.
very, very tough. Very,
10% on UK.
The Prime Minister just left.
Yeah, so every currency is
He's a great friend
responding,
of mine,
but
I said,
like
"You're
I'm
a
saying,
friend of
winners
mine,
and
but
losers.
You're not
Nah, just wait.
Right. They charge us 52%.
Wait for the next
You have
step
to
now,
understand,
because
we charge
look,
them almost nothing
bonds
for
are
years and
moving.
years and decades, and
Like I said, wait till
it was
these go
only,
vertical. But then this is going to
7
chill
years
out and
ago
see where
when I
they
came
match
in,
up.
We started with China.
That's
charging- We
hilarious.
took in hundreds of billions of dollars.
Bro, but the
from
currency
China
thing's fucked.
in
That one,
tariffs,
nobody was
and
really
they
expecting that.
understood,
So
honestly.
now currency
President Xi
manipulation will be
understood. He said, "Look, I
included.
understand.
I think that's a
The
huge
other countries,
development.
and they all
And that's why I
understand.
said China right
We're
away,
gonna
and
have
they
to go
just
through a little
dumped.
tough love, maybe, but they all understand. They're ripping us off, and they understood it. Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe. He was a fantastic man. He was.
So I think
unfortunately
Canada,
taken from
Mexico,
us,
good. Japan,
assassination.
good.
But I
EU,
went to him and I
screwed.
said,
UK, good. China, good.
something.
India's a
Trade
little
is
bit
not
bad. India's kind of weird.
that.
I think that relates to the war.
And he was a great
And then all these
gentleman.
other nations, we don't really do much, but they have
fantastic
other
man.
high rates like
He
Cambodia.
understood immediately
Anyone
what I
near
was talking
Asia,
about.
bro.
I said,
Asia got
"Shinzo, we have to
fucked
do
on
something."
everybody
He
but
said, "I know
Japan.
that." And we
Even
worked out a
Taiwan,
deal,
bro,
and it would have been a much better
32%.
deal, but frankly,
Yikes.
there were many years left on the deal that was made previous to my getting there, but it was something.
No, if I said China good, I
If
did
you
not.
look at
No, I didn't mean that.
61% to 31%. Indonesia, Malaysia, Cambodia.
Yeah,
Oh,
bro.
look at Cambodia.
Yeah, those are fucked.
97%.
Everything East Asia is
We're gonna bring
fucked.
it down to 40,
Everybody but
then they made
Japan.
a
India's
fortune
weird.
with
I don't
the
think that's
United
good.
States of America. United Kingdom, 10%.
Oh,
And
you're
we'll
only
go
down
10%.
1%. Yeah, no.
So
This
we're
isn't
doing
over,
the same thing.
motherfuckers.
South
Just wait.
Africa, 60%, 30%.
Because that is big. So he started with
bad
the
things
good
going
news.
on in South Africa.
I think this is a lot of China. The bonds need to
billions
go
of
more.
dollars, and we cut
You
the
need
funding
way more
because
on the
a lot of
bonds
bad
for
things
this
are
to be
happening in
like,
South
okay,
Africa. The fake news
we're
ought to
going to
be
really
looking
get
at it. They
clapped
don't
right
wanna
now.
report it. Brazil, 10%, 10%. Bangladesh is 74%.
Oh, fuck.
So
Where's
you
oil?
see what's
Oil, I think, is going
on.
negative.
Pakistan, 58%.
So look, Mexico's holding. I think they're going to
Sri
win,
Lanka,
and Canada. But we got to work through
88%.
this China
So
dump.
what we're doing
And then
is we're
anything
taking
Asia is
not
fucked.
the full. We could take the full 88%. Thanks a lot, Howard. He's doing a very good
But that's
job.
good
How's
if
he
oil.
doing, all right?
Nah, this is what he wants.
I think you better take it with you. It's not going to last very long.
So look,
He's going to put it. It's
this
gonna
is
follow
working.
You down with the wind. I brought
Nah,
it back
'cause
just in case it got too windy.
you need
but
more
yes,
on
would
bonds,
anybody
but
like
oil's
that?
dumping.
I'm
Bonds
giving-
are
I'm not
going
giving
down.
it to cabinet. I'm giving it
Trump
to the
don't give
oil
a
workers.
fuck if this is only 1%. But yeah, I think China and EU was the bomb. That
Thank you,
one,
fellas.
he just
Yeah,
shot.
that's
That's who
it.
he's attacking. I think
That's it.
Canada and Mexico is not a big deal anymore because
They deserve it more than our
that did not
cabinet.
visually stand out.
Our
Like I'm
cabinet
saying,
has plenty
I
of
looked at that chart and I said
But you
China
see
is
the-
terrible.
You see the numbers. The numbers are so disproportionate. They're so unfair.
Yeah, dude, no, China's
At
even
the same
worse.
time, we will establish a minimum baseline tariff of 10%. You notice that on the chart, and that'll be on other countries to help rebuild our
No, because look,
economy
like
and
I'm
to
saying
prevent
now, wait
cheating.
till the
So
market,
we're
see
gonna
what it matches up
have a
with
minimum of
bonds.
cheating, and we're gonna be
Oil
very
down,
severe
yields
on the
down,
people
SPY
that-
down.
at the gate that
2 out
watch
of
the
3 of
tariffs
these
and
Trump
watch the
and
product
best and
coming in,
wanted.
because there's been a lot of bad things happening.
No,
at the gate
very bad for
because
China.
The money is so enormous that you're talking about. There's never been probably anything like it. in
Kinda
terms of the
surprising.
enormity. And
I think he really wants that fucking TikTok deal.
People that do the check-in, they're
'Cause
looking at 10-year jail sentences.
that's
if they-
fucking insane.
We're going to treat them so good, but if they cheat, the repercussions are going to be extremely strong.
Weeble is freezing.
Foreign
Yeah, they
nations
just got
will finally be
tariffed
asked
fucking
to pay for the
37%, bro.
privilege of
So you guys
access
might
to our
want
market,
to switch
the
on
biggest
over
market in, the
in
world.
America.
We're right now the biggest market
Make
in
your
the
trades
world.
in
We
America.
had a great country 4 years ago in terms of the economics. We were double doubling up on China. We were doing so well. Nobody was going to catch us, but so much of it slipped away over the last 4 years under Biden. I campaigned on this policy throughout last year, and today that promise was made, and it was also
10% was the baseline, but then they explained the calculation of we're going to tariff you half of whatever you tariff us, but then including all of the other factors, they gave individual rates, and it just came out horrible on the big countries.
Kind reciprocal.
But that's what I'm saying. A couple people, Mexico and Canada, kind of dodged the bullet, and then EU and China just took a big L. And Taiwan even. Look at TSM.
They complain if you want your tariff rate to be 0, then you build your product right here in America because there is
Okay,
no
here's the
tariff if
off-ramp.
you build
Listen to
your
this.
plant, your product in America. And we've seen companies coming in like we've never seen before. Likewise to all of the foreign presidents, prime ministers, kings, queens, ambassadors, and everyone else who will soon be calling to ask for exemptions from these tariffs. I say, terminate your own tariffs, drop your barriers, don't manipulate your currencies.
Currency is crazy.
Manipulate their currencies like
That's crazy. You threw that one in there. No one saw that one coming.
Bad thing and very devastating to us. And start buying tens of billions of dollars of American goods. Tariffs give our country protection against those that would
Weeble
do
moved to
us
Florida.
economic
Xi
harm.
Jinping
Many
lived in
people were
Iowa at
looking
one
to do
point
us
in his life.
economic harm. Maybe
That's a fact.
Not so obviously, but they were doing
Xi Jinping
tremendous
went to
economic
college in
harm.
America.
But even more importantly, they will give us growth. These tariffs are going to give us growth.
Go
like we
ask
haven't seen
ChatGPT,
before.
homeboy.
And it'll be something very special to watch. I am so looking forward, and Brian, it's going to happen even faster.
Oh,
than
Apple.
You said. You might say.
No,
but it's
dude,
already started.
Apple's the big loser.
It's already started.
Oh, I didn't think
Work's
about it.
already begun on
No,
plants all
Apple's gonna
around the
get
country.
murdered.
You see that it's before these are
Because now
big,
Apple's going to
rich
be the
companies.
target
We have $61
in China
billion
with the most
started,
money.
on
Because
a
Trump
big
just tried
plant
to, that's why I
going
just
up.
told
It's
you.
gonna be announced
I was
over
like,
the
bro,
next
he
2
really
days,
wants
and
TikTok.
they
He just
already started
fucked
work.
China.
Many of these
That's a
biggest,
lot of
biggest
leverage.
companies in the
But
world
now they're going to
have
fucking
committed
use
to
Apple as their
build. We're gonna
leverage.
build, sir. And they came here to see me, and they wanted to know if they could have a press conference. I do as many as I can. I'm pretty busy trying to stop Russia.
Yeah,
and
Nike a big
Ukraine
loser
and
too, but I
the
think
Middle
Apple
East.
is
We
the
gotta
one.
Stop that. We gotta stop
Apple,
the
they're going to
Houthis,
use
which
that.
will
That's going to be the
make
one caught in the
tremendous-
middle.
They like shooting ships down and out of the water, sinking ships. They get a kick out of it, but they're not getting such a kick out of it now, are they, Mr. Secretary? They're not getting such a kick out of that now. But here are just a short list of some of the companies that have already announced and committed to investment.
Yeah, Boeing, too.
This is a company that built its factories.
Now
and
I'm
its
mad I
plants
didn't
in
sell
China.
those.
Apple is going to spend $500 billion. They never spent money like that here. They're going to
Apple.
build their plants here.
Okay.
SoftBank, OpenAI, and
You already know
Oracle,
this stuff.
Great companies are investing $500 billion.
No, man, you guys got to be careful. Because one more set of good news, but not really that much better, you're just going to end up in the middle, and then everybody talking about non-farms.
Most important company
Make
in the
no
world of
mistake.
chips from Taiwan.
And then we got to go and
With
see
no
how everybody
investment from us is
responds.
investing
But this seems like a lot of
$200 billion,
volatility for
and they
now.
said the reason was, number one, the election of November 5th, and number two, the tariffs. They don't want to pay the tariffs, and the way they're not paying it is to build their plant here. So we're going to go from almost no percentage. We used to have 100% of the chip market. Now it's all in Taiwan. Almost all of it's in Taiwan. A couple of other countries, but mostly in Taiwan. And think of it. We had 100%.
Futures
We lost it
halted?
because of people in that office
No.
that didn't
Wait,
do
is it
their
closed?
job.
Oh, what
They
the
allowed
fuck?
it to be stolen from us. Johnson
Yeah, bro,
& Johnson,
everything's,
great
yo,
company,
indexes just went nuts.
$55 billion. Eli Lilly, $27 billion. Meta is investing $500
Nah,
billion.
futures are good, I think.
Wow. The Mac.
No,
is
yeah, you're still
investing
going, bro.
$20 billion.
Calm down.
CMA, CGM, $20 billion. And then you have
Nah,
Merck,
4%.
Clarios,
But everything just
Stellantis,
fucking ripped.
General Motors, GE
Down.
Aerospace, Honda, Nissan.
So that was your next
Hyundai
leg, but
are
wait
all
for
putting
bonds
in
too.
Billions and billions of dollars, and they're committed 100%.
So he's just naming who's
And we have
investing
never
here,
had-
but that's
we've
it.
never had- and this is
Again,
after
that other
2.5
news, I think
months.
China, big drag.
This is after just a short. This all took place as soon as we came out with what everybody wanted to do. You know, I watched a gentleman today on television. He used to work with Lee Iacocca, a very respected automobile person, and he said, you know, because they're asking people, they try and get as many negative people as they can, but they can't find them too much. It's pretty hard to find in terms of what we're doing, especially when they see all this.
Hey,
investment.
oil's back to
They
green
said, so
again.
tell me, what do
Mexico's
you
doing
think of
good.
Trump is doing.
Futures are getting murdered. 2% now. This is getting a little bit bigger.
can't
This is, I think, where you breach it. Wait till we just hit a new low, honestly.
Pro.
That's it. 549 to like 547 after the bell. If we break there, you pretty much break the weekly low after hours. Then that's it. But China's going to be red no matter what. And the Europe, bro. That's it. And then just see, you're going to get good Mexico, Canada, but I don't know if that's going to be enough.
Single other item that's built, we're going to become an industrial powerhouse. And he said that so beautifully today. In fact, I'm going to find out. I'm going to get a tape. And Bruce, I'm going to get that tape and I'm going to send it to you out in Long Island, and you're going to play it for the people and all your union workers and your non-union workers out there. You got a pretty even split.
It just hit 551 on that wick.
Far, it looks like
bro, even after hours, it's moving 1 point. Oh, yeah, it's getting murdered.
We do that in years in this country.
Okay, cars. Yeah, he gave all the detail. All the parts. Look at GM.
Higher by the end of the year. And think of what $6 trillion is. You wouldn't have even a
cars,
small
engines,
percentage
transmissions, lithium batteries, lesser parts including tires and shock absorbers and spark plug wires, all tariff. All computer imports, including laptops and desktops.
Country like the transformation that's already
That's crazy.
In the United States,
the auto tariffs are going to cover laptops
and
desktops. Yeah,
people that you read about.
That's a little bit more aggressive.
Or people that are great managers and
that's why you just did that wick. That's a little bit more.
And to watch the enthusiasm they have now that they didn't have, they gave up on our country. They went to foreign countries and they built. Companies are pouring into our country at levels never seen before with jobs and money to follow, and it's really beautiful. In the coming days, there will be complaints from the globalists and the outsourcers and special interests. And the fake news, always fake news will always complain.
Now analysts are saying this is worse than expected.
Every prediction our opponents
Again,
made
about 20 minutes ago, the first whisper was like, yo, this was soft. Now they're saying this is even worse than expected.
Wrong about China.
Wrong about China.
Wrong about the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which would have been a disaster if I didn't terminate it. If I didn't terminate that, United Auto Workers, you would have had no jobs in this country. You would have had no jobs. It was all going to other countries. In my first term, they said tariffs would crash the economy. Instead, we built the greatest economy in the history of the world. And again, I have great respect for President
it's
Xi of
below
China,
COVID.
great respect for
Bro,
China,
it's about to show a 5
they were
handle.
taking tremendous advantage of us, and I commend them for that. I say, hey, if you can get away with it, that's okay.
Okay, watch for next level down.
They understand exactly what's happening, and they probably, most of them are saying it's about time they did something, but and they're going to fight, and they're going to fight fair. Everyone's going to fight. You know, it's like, I say to the leaders, look, you got to take care of your country, but we have to start taking care of our country now. We can't do what we've been doing for the last 50 years. From the day of my election, the stock market went up in my first term, 88%.
Bringing up the market?
NASDAQ going up 155%, more than any president has ever.
Oh shit! What's he about to say, bro?
Any term in office, by far.
No, because he might just say, I don't care
blow
again.
that away, and maybe the numbers won't show, but I think they're going to show much better than even those numbers. But what you're going to see is you're going to see activity, that empty, dead sites, factories that are falling down.
Okay, he said maybe it'll be better, maybe it won't be.
And they're going to have brand new factories built in there.
I mean, I think he tried to like be positive, but it didn't. You know, I think maybe it'll be better than that.
I have a friend who
But that's it.
car
Like,
plants,
yeah.
and I said, I want to see the biggest and the best. He said, well, we have
We'll
to go
see.
to Mexico.
So
I said,
again,
I
like
wanna see
bullish
it in the United
undertone,
States.
but
He said,
kind
"We're
of
not
saying he
building
doesn't give a
them."
fuck.
This is a year and a half ago during the campaign. He said, we're not building it. You'd have to go to Mexico. When I was starting to decide to run, and I went to number one in the polls,
dude,
very
Intel.
rapidly, I want to say, like, let's say in the first.
Yeah,
in
bro.
The first
Even
hour,
the computers, everything.
and then shortly
Think about it, and they don't have. They have a lot in America, but
was saying, oh, no,
they have to
don't do
finish
this.
all of them.
What they don't know is if I didn't win, they would have really been in trouble.
Okay, you're literally the reverse though.
Anyway. But I tell you what.
So at the top, you were up 1.5.
It looked like I was going to win.
Now you're kind of getting some resistance down 1.5.
Exactly what we're
but
talking
tech
about
is
today.
dying right
Great
now.
Consistency, actually, because I've been talking about it for.
Yeah,
40
Nasdaq
years.
keeps going lower.
Because I saw what was happening 40 years ago. If you look at my old speeches when I was young, very handsome, my old speeches, and that people would say I'd be on a television show. I'd be talking about how we were being ripped off by these countries. I mean, nothing changes very much. The only thing that changed were the countries, but nothing really changes. But it's why it's such an honor. It's such an honor to be finally able to do this. If you look at China, I took in hundreds of billions of dollars in my term. Hundreds of billions. They never paid 10 cents to any other president, and yet they paid hundreds of billions. So much so that Biden.
It's not everybody, but certain
certain
brokerages are halted on futures, but it's not like an index thing. That is your individual broker.
But the numbers were so big. The numbers.
Honestly,
were
Bitcoin's
so
not that bad,
big
bro.
That they couldn't do it.
This feels
So
dramatic,
they
but
ease
like
it up. They did things that they should.
I think we have to go more than like 2 to 3% before this gets like crazy. That's the thing. That's what we're waiting for right now. But there's still a lot of things
on our
showing
way to
green on the
doing
futures.
Something like incredible. And then we had a very bad election happen. A very bad election. A lot of bad things happened. So when I said we got to do it again, I said we have to make it too big to rig, and we made it too big to rig, and we won in records, and it was a monumental.
It was
win.
worse than expected. Like I'm telling you, China got. I think it was better for Mexico and Canada, worse for China and Europe. That's where I'm at right now. So I think it leans towards negative event, but I don't know. This isn't like blanket tariff 35% negative. But then it doesn't help with how fearful everyone is, and like I'm saying, they're very quick to.
Very tired
they're
predictions
quick to start
this
saying,
year,
yeah,
but
this is
February,
bad. Let's
core inflation
uncertainty.
dropped to the lowest rate in 4 years, and the price of eggs, as you know, just in a month and a half, we were there for 4 weeks, and the first week I got blamed for eggs. I said I just got here. They said eggs have gone up at like 250%, and you can't get eggs. And they were going crazy, and I said, I just got here. And then we got to work on eggs, and we got to work on everything. And our great Secretary of Agriculture, you did a fantastic job, Brooke Rollins. She did a fantastic job. And as I said before, the price of eggs dropped now 59%, and they're going down more, and the availability is fantastic. They were saying that for Easter, please don't use eggs. Could you use plastic eggs? I said, we don't want to do that. We want to, and you really came through. It's an amazing job. Thank you very much, Brooke. You did great. But likewise, an old-fashioned term that we use, groceries. I used it on the campaign.
Crazy.
It's an old-fashioned term, but a beautiful term, groceries. It sort of says a bag with different things in it. Groceries went through the roof. And I can't
Guatemala.
I talked about
See, everybody gets a 10% base.
And energy costs now
See, so
are
some
down.
people are getting
Groceries
hooked
down.
up.
Gasoline is way under $3.
You see what I'm saying?
Beginning to be able to buy things and live again.
Look.
We brought prices way down. We created
fucking
10,000
idiots.
already in a few weeks. New
Dude.
manufacturing jobs, and it was that took place in 1 month. Numbers that they haven't seen in a long time.
All right, yo.
Virtually no inflation.
No.
Term.
There's something big coming still. Make no mistake. There's something big coming. You know why? That list does not include Canada and Mexico.
In the history of our country.
So remember the
It's
swaps
highest inflation
and the
in
deals.
history of our country.
Nah,
Brought up
that
by
chart
energy
does
and
not
bad spending
include
and bad
Canada and
policy.
Mexico.
A lot of bad things happen.
He's
How
going to
about
announce something
allowing
separate
millions
probably.
and millions and
This
millions
was
of
for
people to
China
pour
and
into
EU,
our country
hence
with
1
open
and 2.
borders, where
But yeah,
the,
that's what I'm saying, bro. I'm like,
so
wait a
sad
minute,
to see,
because my
even
assumption
now,
is they're
and I
winning.
see our
But
great
nah, I think they're
secretary.
going to say something
You
about
have
it.
done- stand up,
I don't know, but it's just not on that list.
Stand up.
Like I'm telling you.
Christy Noem and Tom Homan. These people are doing a great job, but gotten them out in records. We have problems with judges that don't want them to go out. They want trend.
And then, dude,
and they want
no one even knows
MS-13,
what this
the most
means.
vicious gangs ever. Nobody's ever seen anything.
Okay, so dude, you don't even know if this tariff on China, we have no idea if this includes Venezuela, and we have no idea if this is on top of the 20%. So this could still end up good, or this could be even worse than what we think. Yeah, bro, this is terrible. We still don't have clarity on that. So keep
we
that
now
in mind.
have a border that's
this is not over, bro.
The best border
this is not over.
we've ever had. Even better than it was my first term. My first term we did good, but this one we really specialized in. We've done really well.
This is, like I said, the
we had
springboard.
records then. We had
Unless he
with the
clarifies
best,
it today,
safest border.
we
4
don't know
years ago,
yet.
We had the best border there ever was, and now we have. You've actually matched it and done even better, and we're going to get it down the right way. And we want people, by the way, to come into our country, but we want to come in through a legal process. We want them to come in legally. We need more people. We need people to run these plants and to help the auto workers and the Teamsters and the non-union people and everybody else. But we need people and the farmers. And we're going to let people come in, but they want to come in. We want them to come in.
No,
legally.
I'm
They have
still
to have the
taking my girl
capability
out.
of loving our
We
country,
just not getting
people that hate our
appetizers.
country. We don't want them
Because I
inside.
straddled this bitch.
And now we're
I
going
would
to
have made
pass
more
the
on the calls.
largest
But now,
tax
no
cuts
apps. No
in
apps.
American
Baby girl,
history,
no apps.
And that's where we're relying
That's
on
fine.
Mike and John Thune.
Fine with me. Just no apps.
And we will not cut Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid benefits. And the Democrats will, because if they got in, the entire economy would collapse. This country was heading for a collapse under the people that you saw. They were horrible. I think one of the reasons people like the job, I have my highest approval ratings because I think they're comparing me to the worst administration in the history of our country. So I appreciate that at least. But Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, and Senate Majority Leader, appreciate it, Mike. John Thune have been
Okay, look, see if
fantastic,
this
by the
SPY
way.
goes up and bonds,
They've
but it
been
doesn't
working
matter. I'm telling you,
tirelessly
there's
on
something
taking the
else
next step
either
to pass
coming
the
or not.
plan
But
for our
there's some
one
question marks
big,
on China,
beautiful bill. I like
question
to
marks
name it
on
that
Canada
if
and
you can.
Mexico.
One big, I made that statement about 6 months ago, and everybody calls it one big, beautiful bill. And it will be that. It'll have everything, the big tax cuts and every incentive there is. And it'll be fantastic. And by the way, for the cars, we're asking for an interest deduction on a loan. So if you build the car only in
Hey,
America,
now he's talking
we do
debt-
it, Brian. If the
the
car's
debt
not
ceiling
built in
thing.
America, you don't get the interest rate deduction. But if you build a car in America, if you buy a car, if it's built in America, then you get an interest rate deduction, tax deduction, and that's a big thing. That's going to be a big thing. I think that's going to pay for itself very quickly, that deduction. Never happened. We've never had anything like that before. Somebody said, where do you get the idea? Because it's so basic. You would think that would have happened a long time ago.
Thank
It never
you.
did, and I'm very happy it didn't because now I can say that was my idea. But we're going to get us closer to the debt extension. We have to get the debt extension passed, and I know you're going to be able to do that, Mike, and it's very important that you do that. And all of the other things that the Senate budget plan gives us, along with working, because I know they're working together, John and Mike, and the two bills are going very well together. We need to get our shared priorities done, including certain permanent tax cuts. We want the tax cuts to be permanent, spending cuts, energy and historic investments in defense, border, and so much more. We're covering everything. These will be phenomenal. There'll be no bill like this. One bill is going to straighten out our country for many, many years to come. And we said, let's just do it and let's get it done. And some guys will love it and some guys will like it a little bit less because they're not getting what they were exactly looking for, but they're getting a lot. They'll never, if we get this done, it'll be the most incredible bill ever passed in the history of our Congress and Senate and congressmen, the senators and the congressmen, many of whom are here today, will be very proud of themselves. I really believe that it's going to set us on a whole new prosperous path. We're going to cut spending and right-size the budget back to where it should be. We're going to do that very strongly. Thank you, Rick. Thank you.
Tax cuts
John,
will be
thank you.
passed
Look-
is
look
hitting
at
the
all of our
wire.
senators over there.
That's
Oh,
it.
boy.
They're
That's
still
a
kind of
nice
in this.
group of people.
It's like turning
But I won't
into
like
this.
them so much if they
It's
don't
not
get
even
this
about the
bill
trade
done.
thing anymore. Again, we're still kind of digesting
group, and
a little.
Congressman,
It went
thank you
from
very
better
much.
than
I appreciate it.
expected
Tremendous
to worse
people.
than
The
expected
Senate
to what
plan
the
is
fuck
my
is happening
complete
with
and
China,
total
Canada, and
support,
Mexico.
The House plan, likewise,
And here we are.
is very similar. They're moving along pretty much at the same clip, and as soon as you're ready, you'll show it to me, and I'm sure it'll have my support, Mike. Every Republican congressman and senator must unify. We have to unify. We can't be separated. We have to get it done. We have to get absolutely everything we can, and we have to take care of the American people. That's the only thing that matters. We have to take care of the American people first. We need to pass this bill immediately, get it done, including debt extension. From this day on, we're not going to let anyone tell us that American
Sashimi, that
workers
sounds
and
good
families
right
cannot
now.
have the future that they
I
deserve.
need a protein.
we're going to produce the cars and ships, chips, airplanes, minerals, and medicines that we need right here.
Okay,
in
might talk
America.
sectorals right
The
now.
Pharmaceutical
So
companies
get ready.
are going to become roaring back. They're coming roaring back. They're all coming back to our country because if they don't, they got a big tax to pay. And if they do, I'll be very happy, and you're going to be very happy, and you're going to be very safe. We're going to build our future with American hands, with American heart, American steel, and we're going to build it with American pride like we used to. We're approaching our 100th day as president and have been given credit by a lot of people, actually, even some of the fake news. Can you believe it? Which in this case hopefully isn't fake, for having done more in that time than any other administration in the history of our country in the first 100 days. I think we've had an amazing...
Yeah, bro.
In terms of
We
what
still
we've
have
done,
no
what
idea.
we've gotten
Mexico and Canada.
accomplished. Like to see if we can get
Even then,
that war
reciprocals.
ended
Look at,
and
they're both up still.
another, war from not starting in the Middle East. We have to get Russia. They're losing 2,000 on average, 2,500 people today, young people, soldiers, Russian. Think of that, 2,500 through some days, but on average, probably over about a 1 week period, it's 2,712, they say. They're losing those soldiers. They're dying. They're being decimated. And they're not from our country, but they're from other countries. But they're human beings.
I'm gonna
They're
go grab a
from
brush here real
Russia.
quick.
They're from
Hold on.
Ukraine in this period, most of them. And we're going to get it stopped. It's a senseless war that would have never happened if I was president, and it shouldn't be allowed to go on. And I think we're being given good cooperation by Russia and by Ukraine, but we have to get it stopped. It's humanity. It's humanity. It's a terrible thing. This will be a very big moment. I think you're going to remember today. It's going to be a free nation that we're dealing with. We're going to have
I'll
a
remember
very
if you
free
talk
and
about
beautiful
Mexico.
nation. It's going to be Liberation Day in America, and it's going to be a day that hopefully you're going to look back in years to come and you're going to say, you know, he was right. This has turned out to be one of the most important days in the history of our country. God bless you and God bless America. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much.
That's it?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Wow. Wow. No way that's it. No fucking way that's it. No. I don't know if that's good or bad, bro. Yeah, bro. Canada and Mexico. Again, take that however you... Like we said, bro. He just sent the shot. In my opinion, he sent shots at EU and China. We'll see what comes back, but in a very weird way. I don't know how the fuck Mexico and Canada low-key just avoided this right now.
Good afternoon, y'all. We have two documents prepared for the president's signature today. One closes what's
Yeah,
referred to as the
might end up being a cuck leaning towards uncertainty, and then you wait till Friday.
Not even Hail Mary. The other is the big one, is the reciprocal tariff executive order that the president just spoke about at length. This is obviously...
Products tariffs, including auto, steel, aluminum, and lumber, will not be included. So there you go. That's the better than expected, too. Tariffs on Canada and Mexico will continue while those conditions persist. All right. Yeah, they're not subject to... That's good for them, bro. So, yeah, they win. It will go into effect April 5th at 12:01 a.m. So that means up until Friday, countries can negotiate pretty much. Reciprocals April 9th at 12:01. Likely to take a long time for non-tariff barriers to be removed by other countries. And then, yeah, bro. So literally they're putting out statements right now. This isn't from here. I'm reading these as they come in. Likely to take a long time for non-tariff barriers to be removed by other countries. Trump plans other sectoral tariffs for semis, pharma, and other critical minerals. Those also won't be covered by new regime. About 60 or so countries on worst offender list. Tariffs based on international emergency economic powers. Trump will respond to retaliation
to ensure that emergency order is not undermined. Exemptions for USMCA compliant for Mexico and Canada will continue. Compliant goods continue to receive exemption from fentanyl. Post-World War II institutions are no longer fit for our times and economic situation. I think, is that it? So that's, again, Mexico and Canada, good for now. Bad for China and Europe. And then the sectorals, it sounds like he's leaving the door open. So I don't know if that's good or bad. I just think delayed with uncertainty. So he's pretty much saying we'll add that on top of these plus other stuff. And then executive order is signed, and I think that is it, bro. Holy crap. I can't believe it. Signs order that closed de minimis loophole. We already knew that. I think tonight you're going to get just everybody picking it apart. But like I'm saying, it's 50-50 right now, where I think Mexico and Canada good, China terrible, Europe terrible, still room for negotiations between now and the 7th or 5th and the 9th. But then I think the Mexico and Canada is good, but then the other reciprocals are still kind of related to how they respond. That's what I'm saying. It's uncertain. You could call it neutral, but everything's really uncertain. This leaves you with question marks. I think everything leans towards just bearish just because of the uncertainty, if that makes any sense. So some things were neutral or there's still more questions, but it's still not like you have no idea. This is going to be, again, the springboard. We're going to move forward from here. Let's see what everybody says. But, yeah, look, they ended the event. That's it, bro. It is over. Oh, my God. God, this is crazy. But the reaction, I think the reaction makes sense. The China shit in Europe is really bad. But there is still a lot of unknown. Do you understand? I do feel liberated, but not really. I feel I have too many questions. I have way too many questions. The VIX at 54? Are you sure? I have to check the VIX futures, but I think that's impossible. I think VIX may be at 30. But yeah, it looks like after hours 25. But no. Oh, the VXX. Okay. It's like, no, I don't think the VIX is at 50, bro. That'd be fucking insane. We'd have a rate cut tomorrow. I feel so liberated right now. My name's Elon, and I'm so liberated in China. Because they're a worst offender. And they're offender. We got to put them in jail. Fraud. Waste and fraud. Wow. All right. Well, I think you could have a big move either direction or whatever the fuck we hear from Canada, Mexico, and then the sectorals. There's still a lot of questions. I'm telling you, I can't believe he did 10% baseline, and then I can't believe he really does not like China and Europe right now, or he wants something out of them. Because I'm telling you, Canada and Mexico is all theatrics. I can't believe they even avoided it. It's a clearing event for some, and then there's a lot more questions. Again, I think we know the immediate. So pretty much immediately, China and Europe bad, Mexico and Canada kind of undetermined, and then same thing with sectorals. That's how I would place it. Nothing about swaps as of now, and if anything, everything is all included. That you even have like another 2 or 3 sets of tariffs that could be added on to everything. So it could pivot either way. So unfortunately, I don't think this is I don't think you have all the answers. Some events have been cleared, but that's why I'm saying this leans very uncertain, and it leans bearish just for the fact of there's a lot of questions. I have way more questions than I do have answers right now, and I think a lot of people feel that way because again, it's kind of surprised people in many different ways. I don't know if we're gonna do a watch list. I don't know if I'm gonna do leg day. I just ate a protein. You know, it might be fun. You could wing it. Who cares? You know, because I think you got to wait. I think what I'm telling you now, unless it changes, nothing's going to change from then or until we get more. It seems like they put out a lot of written details, so we could read that and see what's good. But at the end of the day, it is these questions. I don't think we're going to get an answer yet. So you got to get an answer on Canada, Mexico, sectorals, the additional rate, and then we have to see what they're going to do, because he left a little bit of room for them to respond immediately. And then they even just said that, yeah, well, it'll take a long time. So we're starting off with this because we assume you guys aren't going to react. So von der Leyen to make statement on U.S. tariffs Thursday morning. There you go. So EU, they got hit the hardest alongside China. That we know. You see what I'm saying? Immediately. Right away for tomorrow, you know China and Europe is going to be terrible. You could even start looking at those futures for tomorrow. But other than that, Mexico and Canada is kind of positive, but we don't know. But now that's your next development. I think chips will get clapped a little bit, but like I'm saying, I think there's just a lot more questions right now. And that's kind of the springboard here. I think you cleared up China and Europe. Let me put it this way. Is Trump going to be aggressive to China and Europe? Yup. We know that now, because that's the clearing event. I know that for a fact right now, unless they want to start talking nice all of a sudden. But for now, that we know. But everything else we still don't really know. We're assuming Canada and Mexico is good. I think Mexico better than Canada, but we're assuming that. And then he still also left something on the table to add more. So that's kind of the issue. I like Nike a lot. I'm kind of hoping we flush, because if Nike gaps down again, that might start to be the long term. But either way, I'm glad we have cash, because this is why now. Even for China and anything, if anything starts to flip around, we're going to be good. I think Scheinbaum and Canada already planned it, but they're fine. I'm not worried about them as much, but they might be dramatic. But looking at the data, looking at the numbers, it's China and Europe right now. That's big. Like I'm saying, we don't even know if it's including Venezuela. We don't know if it includes the prior 20%. And the auto tariffs we know for Europe, but then we don't know about sectorals and pharma. So it's bad for those two. That's why I'm like, that's at least the easy part, but I don't think Mexico or Canada will be responding too aggressively, if anything. So, yeah. Well, we had a straddle, and that's the thing. Just hold this straddle, because depending on the gap down, those puts could really run. That's what we learned from the last time. That's kind of the good part. But people are going to wait till Friday, and what I mean by that, in a weird way, it looks right now, like I'm saying, China, Europe, bad. Market's down, but I wouldn't really say this is too crazy just yet. Everything is kind of in a pre-market range. Market is not at a new weekly low. Bonds are at the same price as this morning. You see what I'm saying? You have to wait till tomorrow and then some of these answers, but this looks more like a setup for non-farms. I hate to break it to you. Like I'm saying, it's not a IWM at a low, but I think this is all setting us up for Friday. So tomorrow is going to be really weird with premiums. Yeah, it might even be high or low. I don't know. I think puts may run up a lot. Calls might hold. It's going to be weird, but let's see. You got to and then wait. By the time you wake up, China, you'll have an idea of how they're handling it. And then you'll see how Europe, and then we'll hear from von der Leyen. And then, yeah, that's it, man. We'll go from there. Trump tariffs do not impose additional 10 on Canada and Mexico. Retain fentanyl-related exemption. Well, you know the off-ramps. That's the thing. Like, it's not really... That's why it's like, again, there's some areas that were better, some areas that were worse. But you have the off-ramps. They're just not... This is very vague. That's the only way I could sum up today. Like I'm telling you, I have good answers on China and Europe. That was easy. I'm telling you, if you were here live, I just looked at the chart and I was like, what? And then he said currency and I was like, oh, fuck. But everything else is very vague. That's what I'm saying. I have more questions than I have answers, although I did get answers. But I think that's why I'm like, unfortunately, in this environment, that leans negative because uncertainty is not good. Okay, so 5 a.m. Brussels time, you'll hear from von der Leyen. So it'll be before pre-market. All right, man. My goodness. So, yeah, like I'm saying, it's very, very, very vague. And then Swiss are saying they're going to respond. And then UK business secretary says our approach is to remain calm. They didn't get that bad of a deal. UK actually got a good deal. That's what I'm saying. Everybody in East Asia got fucked up. Some people, the smaller countries, have a really good opportunity to come. Like, he hooked up a lot of small countries, so maybe we move production there. But other than that, any East Asia, Vietnam to Malaysia, Cambodia, they got screwed for no damn. I think it's to add pressure on China and Japan, because now Japan has the good tariff and then China has the bad one. Everybody in East Asia has a bad one. You either go to Japan or America now. That's it. So it's a very interesting dynamic. Like I'm saying, it's still vague as fuck. It's not, believe me, I'm not. That's why I'm like, I'm not confident in anything after listening to that. I like I'm saying, I know what to watch for. There's a couple shots that are going to bounce back, but there's a lot of questions still remaining after this. So, yeah, bro. I don't know if we'll have a watch list. What time is it now? So it's only 2, so maybe I don't know. You just subscribe. It'll be on this channel if we do the watch list. So subscribe to this channel, and we'll see if I have more info. Let's see. I could either go to the gym or take a nap. We'll find out, but I don't know. I'm gonna just vibe. I'm gonna pray for a little, relax. But I think tomorrow and Friday's gonna have fireworks, or at least by Monday. I don't know if it'll be cuckening, but you're sure as hell by tomorrow morning we're gonna hear from Europe. China has to open up, and then everybody else. So get ready, bro. This is going to be wild. I don't know if you feel liberated, but it was still a great day. I think we're going to have more tomorrow, baby. But Chad, finger to the sky, baby. God bless you all. God bless America. Thank you to the vets. I will see y'all tonight, God willing. Tomorrow morning, God willing. Canada Premier recommends Canada not retaliate on tariffs. So Canada is being chill. I love you, Chad. If anything happens at nighttime, if anything, I'll just go live. So maybe our watch list will just be live news coverage. We'll see. But I love you, baby. God bless you. Oh, you're moving. And have a good day. I'll see you in the morning. And don't forget while we're here, while we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style. And why, my friends, why you need to always work hard. You need to make sure you don't stress yourself out. You're still getting a steak dinner, just no appetizers. But remember, don't let the gift become the God, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. And yo, Timothy, did you email me this Solana thing? How much? Let me ask you a simple question. Do you have more in the Solana thingy that you emailed me than you have in your long term? It is a yes or no question. No other things required. No finger to the sky bullshit. No. Do you have more in the Solana thing than your long term? Yes or no? I won't ban you, but I'm trying to help you. No, you could be wrong. I'm not going to ban you. I promise I won't ban him. I promise. At least not today. You have more in it than your long term? Yeah, that's not a good idea. I wouldn't do that. So I didn't know you were even a Chad when you hit me up on Twitter because I thought that was a bot. But yeah, bro, that's not wise. So don't. Although you told me God and other stuff, I'm telling you, through the experience I've have on this earth with money and finance, that is not going to end up well. And it sucks because if I tell you this and I'm wrong, you're going to get mad at me. Right now, it may hurt your feelings. You see what I'm saying? This is not a win-win situation for me. But I do feel like this would be in your best interest to tell you this, that I would not put your more than your long-term on. I would put no more than 10% of your long-term on that little play that you emailed me. So if you're telling me finger to the sky, I think what I am telling you is that is finger to the sky. But I don't do that shit. You know what I'm saying? So for real, just that's not a wise idea, okay? And I have nothing to gain. All you're gonna do is get mad at me if you don't like what I'm saying, and then you might even turn into an enemy. But yeah, like I'm saying, bro, even with high conviction, I've had high conviction. That's how I bought Bitcoin and other things in my life very early. But it's not wise, and if you care about wisdom and you care about certain things, I would not put more than 10% of your long-term into that. And you're already telling me it's not there. So, well, yeah, I mean, we'll find out. You'll either learn it from me telling you or via experience. So that's what I feel about that. But have a good day. Finger to the sky just because, not for any other reason, baby. You know what I'm saying? So God is good, baby. I'll see y'all tonight, maybe, and in the morning for sure, God willing. Not for sure, God willing. But I love you all, and peace. I figured, how do you like him now? You feel liberated, you punk? Fuck you. When I was president, the market went up. So did inflation, but the market went up. Fuck you. Yeah, wasn't that Trump supporters? I'm good. Fuck you. Yeah, you miss me? Yeah, I miss me too. Don't worry. I got more. I haven't even said anything. I bet you Josh is confused. Everyone's confused. I gave him a little carrot, a lot of stick. Strategic Ambiguity, Art of the Deal. Buy my book. I don't have a book. I do. Trump has a book. Josh doesn't have a book. He goes live. That's cool. That's unique. Live. That's interesting. Anyways, you have a good day, Chad. God willing. We'll see ya. We'll see you later. Okay. Goodbye. I don't know. This seems... Even I'm confused. All I know is China, they got a problem. Same thing with the Europeans, but they were talking shit. So what did you think was going to happen, von der Leyen? First you try to tax us on tea, and then we revolt. What did you think was going to happen, Exactly. I reclaim my time. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye.